Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 241-245. Saber Wars, Ix. If there was one thought that was going through the mind of Heroine X, it would be how this situation was starting to wear away at her. It had nothing to do with all the servants that had been showing up, that was actually the only normal thing that had really happened to her. No, instead it related to one of the main reasons she had actually stayed in the first place. Lily. Sabers were the enemy. It was something that she had to chant in her head over and over again whenever the small girl turned towards her or smiled or thanked her for doing something. Heroine X remembered her mission, less of a mission and more of a hobby, and what was at stake if she couldn't see this through until the end. Yet she had found herself cowed when faced with actual saber servants twice now. One just completely walked off before she could do anything, they were probably still alive. The other had been recruited by the master in her group and then returned to their headquarters a few minutes ago on account of something to do with the mana cost of having so many servants. She didn't understand what they were talking about when they spoke of mana costs, but it seemed as though this world and time wasn't quite advanced enough to have the same sort of servant population as existed back in her universe. She supposed that was sort of expected, just another piece of evidence for how primitive this time was. The saber servants was gone and, for the time being, beyond her reach. She did nothing. Not a single thing as she watched them get carried away. She should have done something, she should have stopped them or fought them to the death or something. Not even the harsh words of the Avenger should have really stopped her. She would have been fast enough to drive her sword into the back of the saber and kill them. They weren't even worried about her. Yet she didn't. Why didn't she? Because for a split second, she had imagined the sort of disappointed face Lily would have made if she had done something like that. Why should that have mattered? Lily was a saber, perhaps she was just nothing but a novice, a distraction, even, so there was no reason for her to have been so caught up with the thoughts of a simple saber. Really, the only reason she had stuck around as long as this was because her pride had been wrangled a little by that jumped-up caster who claimed she could train a saber better than her. Obviously, she could not let that go. So really, all this was basically nothing more than her just making sure the saber class was well respected, nothing more than that. Yes, that is exactly what it was. Lily was just a tool for that. What are you doing with your face? She paused at the rather sudden question, then turned her head and found the master, whose name she couldn't remember, staring at her with a touch of bemusement. Blue eyes shone with trace amounts of concern. What are you talking about? You're scowling, came the simple reply, then the boy inclined his head towards her. And you're glaring into space. She was. TCH, she needed to keep a better handle on her emotions. Just annoyed about all the saber servants. Silence from the boy, then he hummed and nodded his head up and down without saying anything. Yet there was something that twitched away at her, so she pressed down on that urge and spoke up. You don't approve of my mission, do you? Not in the least. The master didn't even hesitate to respond. I think it is both insane and needlessly brutal. Not the sort of thing I can approve of in the least. Running around and killing saber servants for the crime of being saber servants sounds utterly absurd. You're just punishing them for being talented with a sword. Heroine X bristled at that. The problem wasn't to do with that. If that was the issue, then the saber class would be utterly fine. But the problem was there were so many made into sabers who knew nothing about a sword in the least, who believed that just swinging around a stick suddenly made them a swordsman, and that threw the entire class into complete chaos. Not to mention the effect it had on all the other classes as well. But I can't deny you're passionate about it. The boy continued on, drawing her eyes back to him and furrowing his brows at his words. He shrugged his shoulders. I can't approve of it, but I can at least say you're committed, and there must be a reason for it, maybe not one that I can understand at all, but I won't ignore all the good you've done. The good I've done, she muttered back, then shook her head. I've let 2 sabers escape. A sigh cut her short. I meant helping with Lily. I know she appreciates it and, well, I'm glad she is getting some help with her work. Though I'm sort of grateful to Guinevere for the same reason, but I'm not comfortable in praising her to her face. That last part came out as a quiet mutter, but she heard it all the same. You clearly hate sabers, but you took the time out to help Lily out with her training when you didn't have to. So whatever else happens in regards to your sort of insane crusade against a group of sword wielders, I am grateful for that. Really? Heroine X fidgeted on the spot, then turned her eyes away from the boy and scowled. I'm just making sure she doesn't embarrass the saber class. If she is still one of those fake sabers without any talent, then I'm definitely going to get rid of her. The sensation of being stared at burned at the side of her head. Even after Lily has gone through all this trouble to help fix your ship. Her body tightened at the words, but she said nothing. Instead she felt her scowl deepen even further, brows furrow and eyes dance from side to side. Yes, Lily knew what she was all about. Heroine X made no sign to hide it, and yet Lily, a saber, had offered to help her all the same. What was she supposed to say in response to something like that? What could she even say in regards to something like that? Nothing. She could say nothing. She could refute it and just say that Lily was too kind and naive. It felt like the most logical answer, but it did not strike her as the whole truth either. Really, for the life of her, she could not understand why Lily was so set on helping her. It could not be for the simple reasons that the girl had laid out. That would be, "She is still a saber." Her words came out cold and brittle, turning her head towards the boy and narrowing her eyes at him. When the time comes, if she becomes a target, then I shall not hesitate to put her down. That is how it works. She is a saber and I am the saber who hunts other sabers. The boy watched her, then shrugged. Then we'll be there to help her, simple as. Though I really don't think it will come to that sort of thing. Heroine X opened her mouth, then snapped it closed again and sharply turned from the sight of the boy, growling in the back of her throat and folding her arms once more, doing so even tightened and dropping her head down so her eyes were covered by the shadow of her cap. There was no doubt in her mind that crashing her ship was leading to one of the most complicated things in her life. This was so much easier when she could just see a saber and then kill a saber. So what do you normally do aside from hunting sabers, anyway? Heroine X blinked twice, then turned to him and raised her brows, unsure for a moment whether or not she had heard the question correctly. He waited with an expectant expression before he saw fit to elaborate. Sorry, it's just that I've realized we don't actually know that much about one another beyond stuff to do with servants and sabers. He explained, waving his hand and smiling. Well, I'm curious as to what else you do, given you're from the future and all that. What sort of things actually happen in the future when you're not fighting servants? What did she do when she wasn't fighting sabers? Why was nothing coming to mind? She felt the stare linger and her face slowly started to heat up as the dark-haired boy remained with that patient expression. Perhaps the worst fact of it was that there wasn't even an ounce of judgment on his face, he was just content with waiting. Hang on a second. Just give me a moment to think, you just asked so suddenly. The boy just hummed and nodded his head up and down, smiling at her as if nothing was the matter. It made her feel even more put on the spot. Stop looking at me like that, you're making me forget everything. The boy, Ritska, just shot her a puzzled blink as though he didn't realize what he was doing, then inclined his head to one side and continued to stare at her. Then he started to laugh. By that point her cheeks felt as though they were on fire, grabbing her scarf and yanking it upwards to cover the lower half of her face while she glared at him. Unfortunately, Ritska seemed immune to the power of her saber-patented intimidation glare. It was only rank D, so that wasn't a big blow. Ritska waved his hand from side to side as the chuckle started to die down. Sorry, that probably put you on the spot a bit. That was my bad, I'll start off. Then he went quiet, the smile slowly tapered away into a frown as his brows sunk down, mouth still parted and expression frozen. For several seconds he remained that way, then he blinked and his expression turned blank. Actually yeah, trying to think of something on the spot is a little hard, isn't it? Heroine X snorted, then shot him a triumphant grin. What's the matter? Weren't you going to think of something, With a dry look aimed at her, he rolled his eyes and shook his head. Laugh it up, Mecha. She blinked at the words. Mecha. I pretty much love everything to do with mecha and/or giant robots. Ritsuka replied, bringing up a hand and gesturing with it. If it has giant robots, I'm there. Giant monsters as well, but I am more of a robot guy to be honest. Like, there is this servant back at Chaldea called Tametomo. You might have seen him, the big dude in white armor, and I will not lie, he is probably one of the coolest looking servants. She blinked once again. ... What class is he? ... Archer. Well, he wasn't a saber. The good news was that at least he wasn't one of those fake or terrible sabers, so it was a sort of gray area at least. What else is there? Ritsuka scratched the underside of his chin for a moment, then hummed. Big sucker for romance stories as well. Sometimes I play matchmaker, but I have also been called nosy as well. One time I had the nickname of Cupid because people asked me to hand around the Valentine's Day cards that they were nervous about handing out themselves. So that was sort of fun as well. Heroine X, wasn't expecting that. You just handed out Valentine's Day cards. Wouldn't people suspect they were from you instead? Ritsuka paused, then turned to her. Weirdly enough, that never came up. Which, should I feel weird about that? You'd have thought at least one person would have suspected I was just acting like I was doing someone a favor. Like one of those, asking for a friend, things, but, no, never came up. Weird, huh? Must have just had one of those faces, I guess. To be honest, she wasn't all that sure what he was supposed to do in response to that either. She had never really had that problem before. But him talking about romance had given her an idea. Sci-fi, she paused, then frowned. Well, you'd call them sci-fi. But they aren't really because it's all pretty much in the future. We don't get much more science-y than that in the Servant verse, so I guess you'd just call them action movies. Those are always pretty good. I guess the B-movies are my favorites. Ritsuka chuckled. The so bad they're good. The sort of crazy dialogue and nonsense plots with the acting that ranges from bad to hilarious. Along with the plot beats that end up being so predictable you'd have thought you were born with the ability to see the future. She sniffled a bit, then nodded her head up and down, dropping her scarf. Yeah, you do get it. Especially when they have those classic sword fights at the end. It kind of sucks that both guys don't die because they obviously aren't sabers, but, well, there was this one film where the bad guy was a lancer, which is actually pretty rare. An expectant brow. Heroine X elaborated. Usually lancers are the henchmen, because of class advantages and all that. They just get wiped out by the saber protagonist or something, but the film was odd because it was an assassin who was the main character. It was, Exit of the Reptile, or something like that. For whatever reason, Ritsuka wheezed out and quickly covered his hand with his mouth. Seriously. Exit of the Reptile. Gee good lord. Her posture loosened a bit, the smile formed on her face as they spoke. This wasn't so bad. Heroine X jerked when they suddenly stopped, her eyes turned to the front and realized that everyone else had stopped walking as well. What's the hold up? Ritsuka spoke up first, losing his smile and hardening his face, immediately switching into a more tense stance. He sort of looked a little cool as well. The voice of the Avenger called back towards them. Found something in the grass, I'm going to examine it now. She stepped to the side, followed by Ritsuka, and allowed herself the chance to watch the blonde approach whatever it was they had found. Her eyes narrowed as she caught sight of the item lying in the grass a good few meters ahead of them. Though, for the life of her, she could not make sense of it. The heck is that? Ritsuka muttered, squinting by her side. It's a saber monument. She explained, though still couldn't quite believe it. The silence that followed encouraged her to explain. Sabers use them to rank up their powers. You go from the silver monuments to the gold ones. The guys who get to the gold ones are the guys who have earned their max rank as a saber, though it's the same as every other servant, to be honest, but why would one be out here and just laying there in the open? That didn't make sense. And why did this situation feel so familiar to her? So it's a power-up then. Ritsuka spoke in the background, her mind still whirling to make sense of everything. Guess it must have fallen out of your ship when it Ritska continued to speak, but she was no longer focused on that. Heroine X raked her brain as she narrowed down why this felt so familiar. Her mind stalled. It all came flooding back to her the second she watched Ash lean down and take the monument into his hands. Don't touch. A second too late. She was a split second too late. He touched it and pulled. Then vanished in a flash of light as an explosion rippled out from right beneath his feet, vanishing in the torrent of fire and earth. Heroine X watched the world burst up around her. The ground pulled apart as the shockwaves tore their way towards the group. Few others were even able to react to the speeds at which the explosion traveled towards them. She stepped to the side and swung an arm out, acting purely on instinct as she tackled Ritska and pulled him down to the ground, sweeping her body over him as a flash of blue light surged up from in front of them. A wall of azure spread across as the surge of heat and dust rushed right past them. Heroine X grit her teeth as her mind ran in circles to make sense of it. Those were her tactics. But she hadn't set up any anti-saber traps, so then how had they just fallen for one of her traps? It didn't make sense in the least. How could they have? Her hairs stood on end, instincts blared through her skull and she whipped around. Gold formed in her hand as secret caliber forged itself into the world, swinging it up and clashing against the falling blade that would have otherwise have taken her head off at her shoulders. Gritting her teeth, she pushed back and then froze. Her own face stared back at her, but not just that, her entire outfit was copied right down to the scarf, the only difference being this one was bleached white. Wah oof. A leather boot buried itself into her gut. She fell backwards with a wheeze and dropped her left hand to clutch at her chest. The breath escaped her before her eyes shot wide. The single slip allowed her mirror to close the distance with their sword coiled back for a thrust. Already the blade sank through the air towards her chest. Ha! Only to be parried away by the blue and golden sword of Lily. The white-dressed girl continued onwards with another slash down. The follow-up was blocked, yet the girl pressed the attack and swung once more. TCH. Clicking her tongue, the attacker stepped back and retreated to avoid the blow, sliding to a halt and raising her head up, glaring at Lily for a moment before her eyes fell towards Heroine X herself. Lily jolted as she seemingly saw the attacker for the first time. What the? Miss X. Who is that person? Heroine X said nothing, instead she stared with wide eyes at the copy of herself. This went beyond being a saber face, everything about them, right down to the spirit origin, they were virtually identical to her. Who? Her arm trembled, Heroine X slowly rose up and stepped backwards, watching the attacker in complete shock. Who are? HMPH. So being here has made you slow and stupid, Heroine X. Spat the white-dressed girl, then her glare turned onto Lily. But I should have expected such weakness from one who consorts with saber servants. One who allows themselves to fall victim to sentiment and ignore the mission set out before them. What an utter failure you are, Heroine X. Bringing up their own sword, the copy thrust the golden blade in her direction. You should have just let me cut off your head. You hack, it would have been better for all of us. Coughs from underneath her, Ritska pushed himself to his feet and turned a scowl towards the white copy before he blinked twice and stepped backwards, a look of surprise as his eyes darted between herself and the copy several times before he returned his gaze to the stationary attacker. What the heck is this supposed to be? Ritska all but demanded, then he blinked before he looked at her once more. Wait. You were being serious with that saber face thing. What the heck? No wonder you're complaining about them. This is just freaky. She couldn't answer. A scoff from the copy, squaring her shoulder. Saber face. You act as if I am no more than some cheap imitation. What foolery. I am no mere fake, I am Ultra Heroine Z. It was accompanied by the girl thumping a fist into her heart. Then silence descended. You're who now? Heroine Z blinked, then frowned at the speaker, Ritska, before she stomped her foot. Mysterious Heroine X failed in her duty to wipe out the sabers, or rather, she should have succeeded. But in doing so, she would become the greatest saber, thus it is only natural that someone would be sent to ensure she was killed as a result of being a saber. Is this that parrot? Yes, came the exasperated reply of the white-haired woman from somewhere behind her. But that shouldn't have come into effect. None of the servants we have battled have been killed and only 2 of them have been sabers. How then could the paradox have come into effect without the sabers present to be killed? I don't know. Heroine Z just shrugged her shoulders, the earlier look of coldness gave way to indifference. Really, I don't actually know what is going on anymore. I stopped thinking stuff went as normal when I saw the goddess and the other servants. Actually, what the heck is with this lineup? Aren't you too well stacked for a training team? Ritska made a noise and shrugged. Not really. He glanced over his shoulder, past her and towards the pillar of smoke where Ash had been. His face hardened in a second as his head whipped back towards them. He straightened his posture and took a half step forwards. So it's a fight to kill us then, is it? Hoping to catch us all with that sneak attack. Naturally. Heroine Z responded with absolute confidence, brandishing secret caliber once more. But since that only killed one of you, I shall be forced to deal with the rest of you myself. But it could hardly be called a challenge, especially since Heroine X is content to allow a saber to live. Truly, her softness surpasses even the greatest of marshmallows. She flinched at the words, there was no denying them. No, that wasn't the case. Heroine X narrowed her eyes and pointed to herself. Softness. You lie. I'm still as tough as. Tough. Heroine Z spat with disgust. Then why does Lily draw breath? Your role is to end the existence of all sabers, yet you take it upon yourself to start training one. Not just that, but you allow the defeated sabers to live and retreat. You are without shame. No, you are unworthy to call yourself a heroine. She recoiled from the words as if they physically struck her. I cannot accept those words. Lily's voice rose beyond what she had heard before. The girl thrust Caliburn forth like an arrow and pointed it squarely towards Heroine Z. Though she could not see the face of the younger blonde, she did not doubt it wore that of a scowl. To call Miss X weak? No, I reject your claims completely. It is you who is weak, Z. Both heroines wore a look of surprise. To talk down to another's dream, to spew insults at them. That is the easy path to take. But to work and aid them, to train them despite knowing how it will end. That takes strength of heart you will not possess. Caliburn was thrust into the ground. Lily placed both hands atop the pommel and continued onwards. I announced myself to be a saber. I placed my trust in the capabilities of both Queen Guinevere and Miss X. They argued with one another, they spent most of their time trying to one-up each other, but I could sense their earnest desire to see me improve in my work. Not just me, but everyone else who fought with me as well. Lily brought a hand up, then turned side on and swept it over all of them. Miss X came to us as an enemy, that is true, but even if we cross blades, I shall never consider her an enemy. For Miss X, who without any true reason, took it upon herself to train me when she could have done nothing, even if it was for the pride of a saber, it was clear through her words that she held nothing back. She wished only for the best of my skill to be brought forth. That is her pride and that is who she is. Caliburn was pulled from the ground. Lily swept it to the side and cast off a layer of dust from the ground with the swing. If you look upon those actions and see only weakness, then there is no doubt in my mind that you do not deserve to be called a heroine. There is nothing ultra about you, Z. Pointing a hand, Lily shouted out as loud as she could. You're not ultra. You're cringe. Heroine Z stumbled backwards with a gasp, looking at them with wide eyes as if she could not believe what she had heard. Someone snorted, it might have been Ritska. Then Marie cheered from the side, yeah. You tell her, Lily. Lily gave a single nod of the head, then leaned to the side and whispered. What does cringe mean, Queen Marie? You said it was something for bad people. Heroine X stared at the back of Lily's head for a few moments, her lip quivered ever so slightly as she beheld the small girl. Then felt a sniffle escape her, picking her scarf up and wiping away at her eyes to dash away the tears. She wasn't going to cry over something like this, even if she really wanted to. A hand fell on her shoulder, her head gave a sharp turn as Ritska patted her twice then strode past her, moving to stand beside Lily, folding his arms. You've received your answer, cringe Z. Ritska spoke without even a hint of wavering in his voice. If you want to get to Heroine X, you'll have to face a true saber first. He dropped his hand onto the shoulder of Lily in support, patting it and with a smile clear in his voice. And for someone like you, that's impossible. You're absolutely right, Ritsuka. Yes, senpai. HMPH. She could hardly be said to be worthy of a training dummy. Striding past her, one after another, came the servants she had spent the last few hours traveling with. Her eyes danced between all of them, unable to contain her surprise as she stared at them. Then her eyes turned to the back of Ritsuka and Lily, focusing more on the latter. But, she sniffled. Lily turned around and stared at her with that same gentle smile. But you're a Miss X. Lily cut her short with a soft voice. No matter what happens, no matter what your objective might be, for the help you have given me in my training, for the work you put into helping me, I shall be your ally. Heroine X scrunched up her face. It was all she could do to stop herself bursting into tears. Another figure walked past her. The white-haired woman who was a clear doubter of her. The two stared at one another. Then the woman shrugged her shoulders and turned her head. Ritsuka has made a choice, he takes responsibility for it. Besides, whatever else, you have assisted Chaldea. I'm hardly going to let an asset like yourself be stolen away without some argument. I do have my pride, after all. Heroine X just sniffled. A growl came from in front of them, her eyes returned to Heroine Z. TCH. To think that it would come to something like this, but fine. I knew that I would definitely get beaten up if I fought you all as you are right now. It's actually a little intimidating how quick you all were to get weapons even after I blew up your comrade. Oh, Ash. For whatever reason, Ritsuka started to chuckle. Yeah, it would take more than a bomb hidden under the ground to take him out. Whatever else I can say about him, Ash is pretty damn stubborn and a bit simple when it comes to fighting. I mean, the guy told us he literally ran at a dragon and punched it in the face once. You don't live like that without being able to take a few blows. Sure enough, she heard a groan from behind her. Whipping her head around, Heroine X watched in surprise as the blonde stalked out of the dark cloud. The only evidence of ever being caught in an explosion was the layer of dust over his armor and the ruffled hair he now held, but nothing more than that. Ash rolled his shoulders, green eyes turned cold and swung in her direction. Though she was not the recipient, she shuddered a little. He reached backwards and grabbed something concealed in the smoke, then dragged it forwards and out into the open. She stared, her features dropped as he swung about a lump of metal that was nearly twice his height and mounted it on his shoulder. It was a sword, but it was too big to be called a sword. Massive, thick, heavy and far too rough. Indeed, it was a heap of raw iron with a handle. His left hand crackled, fire flowed across his fingers, dazzling and chaotic, shining like the rising sun and spreading up across his arm, coating his entire hand and venturing up his wrist. He continued to stride forwards without pause, giving no indication he reacted to any of them. Heroine X turned back around and saw the confident look on Z start to evaporate. Hang on, I did prepare for this, just 1 second. Bringing up her right hand, Z brought 2 fingers up to her mouth and clasped them between her lips. Then she blew. The noise was akin to a dry heave. Z made a face as her cheeks burned a brilliant red, then wiped her hand along her hoodie. Hang on a second. I just need to get this right. One moment and she put them in her mouth once more. Then gave a loud whistle. Heroine X tensed herself. Something flared behind her, she turned around. The field of battle is set. The warriors have come to test their mettle, and mettle shall be tested. A voice, confident yet young. Let the gathered champions do battle for their skills, for their title and for their glory. Power burst around her, the ground shimmered and she found herself taking a step backwards. Come one, come all. Let only the bravest step forth. Let the language of steel be sung loud and clear. Tournament of undead. An explosion of force threw her backwards, a thin row of rocks burst from the ground and twisted around, curving to form a wall that stretched for at least a dozen meters across on either side. The smoke was cleared away in an instant, revealing a person stood behind Ash, wearing only a chainmail top and some sort of skeletal mask. In one hand was a bronze short sword, in the other was held a shield with the face of a lion engraved into the front. She stepped forwards. "Do not." Guinevere's words stopped her a step short. She turned to the woman, who frowned at the scene. "Space has been commanded, should you step forth, you will be accepted and cannot leave." A bounded field. Ash looked around in a frown, then turned about and stared at the armed individual before he called back. "This will not take long. Deal with cringe Z." Ritska burst into a cackle for whatever reason. "And I shall join you shortly." He did not wait for a response, instead he turned and marched towards the chainmail figure. Heroine X narrowed her eyes and swung back to Z. "You work with a saber." Z stuck out her tongue. "Actually, he's a caster. So it's all right." "What cheap reasoning. I hate that I'm using the same logic as well." She stepped forth, both swords falling comfortably into her grip. "But all we need to do is just beat you up and send you on your way. Easy." For some reason, the smirk of Heroine Z immediately put her on edge. Baterin Nomaku Kandara, Kisher Zelrech Schweinerg. Wait, what did she just? Olga barely got a word out before Z swung her arms wide and shouted. Saber Ninja Art, 3-wave duplication. Light flashed around Heroine Z. Then another Heroine Z stood there as well, smirking rather confidently. Then another. And another. And another. Heroine X felt herself falter a little as she watched the copies form without end to them. What was worse was that she couldn't tell which was the real and which was the fake. Not through her senses alone, the moment they started moving, she would lose track of which one was the genuine article. What the? Ritska let out a strangled noise. Ninja art. What the heck? Where did this come from? You're telling me you're some sort of paradox space ninja from the future? That's insane. Don't get mad because the tables have turned now. Z boasted loudly, spinning the twin swords in her hand while the copies did the exact same, each one wearing the same smirk on their faces. This time, Heroine X, I shall purge away the filth from this galaxy, no, this universe, and bring about the proper way of things. Heroine X narrowed her eyes and stepped forwards. Bring it on. She said that, but she was a little bit nervous. How come this person could do these sorts of things and she couldn't? She'd never even heard of this before in her life. Ritska shifted his posture and looked ready to move. Lily looked ready to dart forwards. The goddess was the first to act, stepping forwards and raising a hand to hold the others back. Heroine X barely caught the expression on her face, but the polite smile she wore now held a rather ominous note to it. She held them back. They could rush, they could fight whomever this was, but Guinevere erred on the side of caution. Soul-splitting magic was something she was accustomed to, she understood the concept and had seen it practiced many times. That was why she was unsurprised at its use here to even the numbers. But that was not why she stopped them from intervening. Lily was not yet ready. Nor, for that matter, was Mash. She had taken stock of the opponent long before this. Provided their capabilities remained on par with Heroine X, there was no doubt this was an enemy beyond their current strength. Save, of course, for her child. But he was otherwise occupied and there was no guarantee he would deal with whatever problem assailed him as swiftly as he had claimed. He would join them, of that she had no doubt, but time was precious in a battle and every second she bought for them was a second that spelled the doom of this one before her. Lips curled into a polite smile. It was an amusing diversion, of that I will admit, but this recent development has turned it from a harmless distraction to a nuisance. Heroine Z furrowed her brows, turning and staring at her, as if actually noticing her for the first time during the conversation. Though just as quickly as the gaze fell upon her, it dismissed her and shifted back to those behind her, specifically to the alternative version of herself. You hide behind casters now. You're more defective than I thought. Guinevere let the dismissal wash over her, doing nothing but keeping her smile fixed. Given how far above the both of you I rank, I would call her sensible for assuming a place in my shadow. It is safer there. Z scoffed, short and amused. You have got to be kidding. I don't care what sort of fancy jumped-up caster you think you are, but the fact of the matter is that I am a saber and you're only good for making Halloween decorations during festivals. Go find a cauldron to stir, why don't you? Now that is rude. Guinevere put on a frown, acting as if the comment had actually hurt her. I am merely trying to have a civilized conversation and you think to throw cheap insults. Is this what makes the saber class so vaunted in your homeland? Short tempers and childish threats. Z stiffened, her eyes narrowed into very near slits. Grip on her sword tightening as she pulled a wry smirk. Oh, I see how it is. You're just stalling while you try to think of a plan, right? I can definitely feel that you've got a little bit of a charisma skill, but that only proves how weak you all are. Between a caster, a failure of a heroine, a writer moonlighting as a lancer, whatever that one with the shield as in a novice saber. I can hardly say I have my work cut out for me. One hand fell to her hip, the girl in white leaned forwards with the smirk widening. But you can always start begging if it will make you feel better. It won't help the others, but I'm here only for the saber and the heroine. If you scoot over to the side, I can just ignore you. You could ignore us now. Guinevere replied with a raised brow, bringing her hands back to her front. She clasped them together over her waist, looking down and feeling the thrum of power pulse through her. Streaming just under her skin as it approached her hands. You are so very far from home, how can we be expected to return your remains for proper burial? The smirk slipped of Z's face, she straightened back up and frowned. Damn, that was actually kinda good, you know what? Never mind. A sigh, she shook her head. You're just gonna make this a hassle for me, I can tell, so I'll just get rid of all of you now and… Guinevere saw it. The gap, the brief dismissal, had come to a climax. And she moved. A single step pushed her forwards. She could fool their senses, she could trick their minds into thinking she was no threat, but she could never fool their eyes. Not completely, not while they were staring right at her. Yet she did not need to. This one had fooled themselves far better than Guinevere could have possibly managed. Light pulsed between her fingers, she caught the brief widening of Z's eyes as she crossed the distance in a matter of blinks. She knew she would not reach the white-haired duelist before she prepared herself, but the original was never her target. The first rule was to think the numbers, to go for the weak links. That is what she did. At the last moment, she turned to the closest copy and swung her body towards them, her hand lanced forwards and gripped tight. Light spilled from between her fingers and accelerated before snapping to a halt. In her hand, gripped like a blade, was a hissing bolt of sunlight. Before the copy could react, Guinevere had already plunged it deep into her chest, so far that her knuckles had briefly graced the ruffled clothing of the clone, then she turned and pulled. Tearing the bolt from the torso and reversing her grip, coiling her arm back and throwing with all her might. A thunderous crash and a splash of light, the bolt claimed yet another life with a brilliant display of spark and dust. She had not even seen the bolt land, she merely knew it had done so. Already, she accelerated and her hand clenched again. This time the next clone was more prepared and had actually managed to raise her weapons. But the surprise, the shock, had not yet worn off and it proved to be bout. That would be if she could even call it a bout. Their weapons clashed only twice before Guinevere forced the guard aside with a singular thrust and turned the throat into a sheath, twisting and jerking back. She ducked on instinct, the strike that would have claimed her head instead whipped over the top of her, the attacker turned about and brought her swords high. A clumsy move, the bolt pierced the heart of the copy with a single clean thrust. She pulled back and turned. Heroine Z was looking at her with wide eyes, not expecting this sudden development, and was already fumbling to get some manner of momentum going. Guinevere falling upon her, delivering a series of thrusts into her blades, stopped her from getting far. Each strike sent shudders up her arm, each matching blow splashed them both in sparks and lighting. She could feel the hum of divine power begging for release. To hold miracles such as this was not their purpose. But they were her miracles. And they would obey. Guinevere moved quickly, using everything she had to her advantage. Height, power, speed. Her attack was as fearsome as it was rapid, giving no room for breathing, no room for thinking. They were both fighting on pure instinct now, yet Guinevere was controlling the duel. Heroine Z stumbling away to get some distance, yet the goddess chased her down every step of the way. Determined not to let this one escape her. In the corner of her eye, in the very air she felt it. The slight tremors in the ground and nerves in her body. Yet she did not turn, instead she continued to push Z backwards and swung her left hand about, pausing briefly as the miracle crashed with another blade and was locked in place. Only briefly did she deign to glance behind, another clone had thrown themselves towards her. Guinevere felt her lips pull down for a brief moment, a single instant, and then she was moving again. Thrusting and parrying, fighting to keep the momentum of the fight on her side and keeping it from changing hands. The moment that did so, it would certainly end badly for her. How long had it been since she held a sword in her hand? How long had it been since she had actually fought in a duel? Not since Artorias could she recall actually fighting any she trained, yet even those memories, cycles old, jumped to the forefront of her mind. She recalled how often she had knocked him down and, for a moment, she felt a pang of nostalgia at those simple times. Just as quickly, it was buried. Her mind was jerked back to the present, the here and now, and she was no longer sparring against Artorias, but was instead battling this fanatic and her clone. A twist, her body ducked low and let the blades fly over the top of her. She bent her body at an marginally uncomfortable angle, and pressed her hands flat against the ground. Pushing up and rolling her body over and back onto her feet, eyes darting back and forth. With both clones before her, the bolts of light formed in her grasp once more. She pressed forwards and launched herself into the battle once more. We did not share names when we first fought. I shall correct this oversight this time around. Ash wasn't listening to a word he was saying, it might as well have been white noise for all the attention he gave it. Marching closer and closer to the gravetender, he said nothing as he tightened his grip on his sword and prepared the use of a pyromancy. Though he doubted he would need the latter. He had been good enough to kill this one with his own sword skills the first time around he met them. He'd only gotten better since then. But there was the problem with the wolf as well, not to mention the pressure he felt exuded upon him. The noble phantasm told him that retreat was not an option. Some manner of death match had been forced between them, like those that occurred when one was invaded by a dark spirit. The only options that remained were to fight or die. Ash cared little for the latter of that as well. He just needed this to be done so he could go and help Ritska. Moving his left hand across, he clasped the handle of the large greatsword with both hands and pulled it from his shoulder. Hefting the enormous weapon above his head as the fires surged across the skin of the blade, burning waves lapped across it as the coat of heat spat and hissed. He squared his body and swung down. Something collided with him, he felt a tightness form around his waist. It wasn't especially heavy, but it was sudden and the grip that followed was a crushing one. It was enough that he was briefly caught by surprise. Ash stumbled with the sudden impact, the sword in his hand swept over to the side as he turned and looked down. A fraction of a second later, he felt something hit him just below his ribs. A tense feeling swept through him from some numb impact below the bones. His body stiffened, whatever had struck him started to push and lift. It was too close for him to wield his sword effectively. And when he saw the second blur rushing towards his face, he dropped the blade and brought his right hand up, ready to cover himself. His fingers snagged the high-speed blur and held it still. It was a hand, or rather, it was a fist. Further down was an arm, coiled around the limb with a tight embrace was a cleaning vambrace. But he saw more than that, the armor was not what concerned him. It was the three hooked claws that extended perhaps several inches beyond the knuckle that caught his eyes, and brought a numb sense of comprehension. The tight feeling in his left suddenly made a great deal more sense. Ignorant to what should have been agonizing, he twisted his body to face whomever had tackled him and drove his leg up. He felt it strike something small, yet solid. The paradox of whatever being so diminutive and yet being so dense briefly sent him for a loop. For a precious second, he thought he had driven his knee into a steel breastplate. His eyes dropped down and furrowed. A mop of ragged white hair greeted him, the back of his attacker's head. Only for a moment, their gaze rose up and met his own with a resolute frown in those burning golden eyes. He did not let the youth surprise him, despite the fact that this girl looked barely older than Lily. His head swung down and he felt it pass through nothing but air. His body stumbled forwards as the piercing feeling was wrenched away from his side. Quick as lightning, he turned around just in time to see the girl press off the ground with both feet, twist her body towards him in the air and lance her soles forwards. The drop kick caught him in the sternum. He took yet another step backwards as his attacker hit the ground in a roll, already surging to her feet and charging once more. Her size concealed her strength. Her blows packed a great deal more force than he would have expected from one so small. Though with proper footing now, he turned his body and met her charge head-on. Her tackle caught him in the chest. The ground cracked under their combined strength a moment later. Ash brought his arms above his head and clasped them together. He gripped so tightly that he half imagined to have broken his own armor with the power in his fingers. Or when he opened his hands, he would see the indentations of where his fingers had folded the metal. With a short breath, he swung down into the space between her shoulder blades. A dull crack, a faint gasp of what he assumed was pain, and he felt the grip on his waist slacken. When he felt pain rake down his back and over his sides, he realized that it was not because she had been staggered from his blow. He shoved her away. Her claws detached from his body with a wet pop. The ground splattered with blood as he could feel something cold and sticky already sliding between his armor and his skin, filling up in the space and coating his clothes. He could imagine the view from the back, where he had been opened up in half a dozen different places. It didn't hurt, but it did feel discomforting. Her retreat allowed him a second glance at his attacker. The scent of divinity was apparent right from the beginning, yet there was something about it that was familiar. A child of a god, to be sure. There was nothing else they could be, but the nature of the god was. It was akin to Farum, the child of a war god. She was shorter than him by a full head, but that meant nothing for her muscular build. Well-toned muscles were exposed to the world, honed through what he could only describe as combat. Rather, everything about the woman looked as though it was built for the sole purpose of killing. From the spiked boots, thick gauntlets with overhanging claws, the twin short swords strapped to her waist and the weapon in her hands. Something that could only be described as a chain with spiked weights on either end of it. With another tug, the white-haired girl yanked it closer to her and narrowed her eyes at him. A red mantle around her waist fluttered in the breeze. Neither one of them said anything as they made little effort to hide their show of examining the other. Ash knew why she was here. The explanation of the gravetender was apparent. She had come to fight and presumably kill him. Her face, though, why did it strike him as familiar? No, he knew why that was. She was attached to a memory, one that spoke of a great city, and it came to him in a second. Troy. Penthesilea, the queen of the Amazons, who arrived too late to aid Hector and was subsequently killed in a battle with Achilles. Eyeing the claws on either hand, he frowned as he recalled the battle with Atalanta's berserk self and what she did to him. Rather, what she would have done to his face if she had the same metal talons as this one did. Reaching to the side, he brought out the diamond-shaped helm of an outrider, then slipped it over his face and adjusted it to fit. Penthesilea watched him and said nothing, merely tightening her hold on the chains with a slight rattle. "Are you prepared to face me then, warrior?" The words washed over him, the white noise in his ears descended. All he really cared about was getting back to where Ritska and the others were. The more time he spent dealing with this one, the less time he was granted to observe the safety of those who came with his mother. A weight settled in his hand, a strong heat pulsed through his fingers and slithered onto the blade in his grasp. It growled and snarled, acting more like a beast than anything else. He barely noticed the faint scowl on the face of the girl as he neglected to answer her. But Ash wasn't in the mood for talk. She had come here to kill him for whatever petty reason, and right now, he didn't want to waste time with her. He stepped forwards and brought his sword high, an obvious attack from above and to the left. She would see it, and he watched the brief flash of incredulity and disappointment. Perhaps dismissing him as a simpleton. It was why she didn't see the kukri in his left hand until it was already thrown from his fingers and approaching her throat. A spray of sparks and the shriek of shattering steel. Faster than one could blink, the girl had retaliated and swung her hand out. breaking the knife before it could make contact. He jumped at her and breathed, a mist of poison permeated through. The thick cloud of deep purple billowed from between his lips and immediately engulfed the pair in its cold embrace. A faint chill as he could barely make out her silhouette through the murky haze, at least until the glowing spray of his sword brought her back into focus. It struck her vambrace and hissed as it glided along the surface and into the ground. He sent force through the steel, it burned brightly and hurtled itself back up with greater force as the tip exploded with a loud bang. The explosion launched it back towards the face of the berserker. Another dip, she lowered herself as the blade hurled over her head and pressed backwards off the ground. The jump cleared away the cloud of poison with a thunderclap, but she had spent long enough for it to take effect. Even as she retreated, he saw her eyes watering, burning red as the tears streamed down her cheeks without pause. Her skin already turning red in places, she hit the ground with a sputtering cough, blasting drool from the back of her throat as the moisture in her mouth started to dry up. The cough ended with a dry heave, the lips curled down into a fearsome snarl, her lips cracked with the action and blood dripped down her chin because of it. Ash didn't give her the chance to speak. He'd already slammed his palm into the ground, black fire billowed from his fingers and snaked towards her. The roaring flames chased her down like a ravenous animal, a beast that has been starved for days and had only now caught the scent of fresh blood. She twisted and jumped, her entire body launched into the action of avoiding the maw of the dark fire. She hit the ground with a thud and rolled. Something sparkled in her hand, he saw a weight settle there before the rattle of chains filled his ears. A blur shot towards him and he swung out with the back of his hand, he felt the impact before he saw it. The cast iron weight which was the size of his own chest, long thick spikes jutting from it at every angle. A twisted replica of a sun with a long bracketed chain attached to the end. Linking all the way towards the hands of the girl, where a second weight like the first resided at the other end. His backhand sent the morning star careening into the earth, an explosion of soil blanketed his vision in dust and debris. For all of a second, he flexed his strength, exploding outwards and tearing the veil apart without even moving. He spied her charging him down, turned on her and swung. And I would like to remind everyone to keep things civil in the review section. With that in mind, reviewer moderation will be in effect. Refrain from uncivilized behavior and comments. To the guest reviewer who ignored the previous warning, I hope you find a more productive use of your time. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Saber Wars. Ending. Ritska had only remained at a loss when Guinevere started sword fencing for a brief moment. Watching her move was like a dance, one that proved deadly within mere moments. His revelry, if it could be called that, lasted only seconds before his mind jerked into overdrive. Marie. Ritska signaled and then swung his hand down. Wall. And that was all the rider needed. Within moments her horse galloped right past him and brought with it a trail of crystalline shards, springing up from under hoof of the glass mount and forming a thin barricade between himself and the clones, though he did not doubt it would contain them for long. But it didn't need to. Director. Hit the wall. Stahl raced past him with the axe held in both hands, with a screech of metal which was almost like that of a roar. The berserker swung it like a bat right into the wall of glass. With a loud crunch, the wall shattered and sent fragments splintering away from them as a spray of fast-moving projectiles right into the thick of the charging heroines. It worked about as well as he would have expected. Most of them dodged either side as the ground was shredded into ribbons, but separating them away into smaller groups worked out best for him. It stopped them from charging all at once. Even if they were individually weaker, they were still pretty strong as a group. A stream of golden light shot past his head and struck one of the crystals, light refracted and split apart. In a split second, several clones were felled as the light caught them under the rays, their bodies breaking down into dust and vanishing in large clouds. Ritska didn't need to turn his head to know that it was Guinevere. Yet he turned all the same, staring at Heroine Z still caught in the duel, watching just in time as a third combatant launched themselves into the fray against the goddess, and even still, it was hard to say if the tide of battle turned. Ritska stepped back as Mash moved in front of him, a white blur crashed into the shield and was soundly batted away. He watched the Z-clone roll across the ground before righting itself and scowling at them, then breaking off into another sprint and vaulting over the remains of the glass wall and into cover. This was actually going fairly well, but he didn't want to jinx himself just yet. His eyes swung towards the direction of Lily as she fended off two of the clones at once, dancing between them as she avoided their attacks. Holding her own rather well, but from the noticeable strain on her face, it was clear to him that it wouldn't be long before she got swamped in them. Especially with more clones appearing. "Get ready, Lily." He sent the mental note towards her, then held out his hand and activated the mystic code. Emergency evasion. Lily vanished in a flash of light, then reappeared in another spot entirely. It sent the two clones for a stumble as their quarry disappeared. The small saber did not even so much as hesitate, blasting away one with a burst of light with Caliburn before they could react. The other Z whipped around just in time to see their partner vanish in a cloud of smoke. "Ha!" A shout from Mash. He turned and watched her land a rather powerful punch into the face of the Z-clone that had been flanking around. Then followed it up with a kick to the knee to bring them down. Her shield cocked back and swung forth like a battering ram into the face of the clone, driving them into the earth and disappearing in an explosion. Ritska could only blink at the display. Then jerked as he brought himself back into the focus, swinging his hand up and pointing forwards. "We need to push them back and box them in. Guinevere has the original, so we need to support her." The real question was what was taking Ash so long. He chanced to look over his shoulder towards the Avenger. Ritska double-talked at the sight. Ash engaged in battle with what looked like a white-haired teenager swinging spiked iron lumps. At least, that was all he could get out of it from the half a second that they had slowed down enough for him to actually see what was going on. It was easier to say the battle behind him was nothing more than a cacophony of noise. Explosions and crashing steel alike, mixed with the occasional burst of flame through a cloud of dirt. What the heck happened in the less than 1 minute where his back was turned? No, he couldn't worry about that yet. Turning back around, he advanced with Mash as they started to face more of the clones. His eyes darted left and right as he dropped down behind the shield, another clang off the front as the white blur skidded to a halt. They stumbled and made to charge once more, only for the boot of stall to crash down on top of them before they could manage a single step. The berserker marched forwards, swinging with such force that he could feel the wind shift each time the axe moved. "Are you all right, Senpai?" "Fine," he answered quickly, stepping up and shifting his attention, darting forwards as Mash flanked around his side and quickly coming up on Lily. He nodded forwards and Mash shot on ahead of him, jumping through the air and landing a rather powerful two-footed kick onto the heroine clone. They stumbled just long enough for Lily to sweep Caliburn through them and turn the body into nothing. An exhale escaped him, then he snapped his eyes to the side and stepped back. 3 clones rushed him. He needn't have bothered doing anything. Galactic strike. The form of Heroine X appeared before him, twin swords blazing as she became a veritable tornado of light, sweeping the 3 clones into combat immediately. He barely registered what was happening in front of him beyond the blurs darting around. One by one the heroines were felled by X. A parry shifted into a thrust, a sweeping kick and a downward slash, and then an X-marked strike felled them in rapid succession until just the original remained. She skipped backwards and then appeared by his side. Whatever he was going to say was cut off as the world shifted around him before he could get a word out. Ritska blinked as he suddenly found himself parallel to the ground, staring at the grass and with a sensation like a snake coiled around his arm. With several more blinks, he raised his head up and then the world blurred. He felt the wind strike against his face as he was moving faster than he really should have been. The only comparable sensation would have been the time that Santoria decided to race her Lancer self and use Excalibur as a propulsion rocket. The world shifted and he dropped to the ground, turning and staring up at Heroine X as the blades twirled around in her grasp. Sweeping around with such speed and control, the ground at her feet slashed to ribbons as the tips of the sword grazed through them with each turn. Fighting back the dizziness, he rose back up and clasped at his head, then became aware of the person by his side and turned. The director stared at him with an irritable frown for a moment before shaking her head. She said nothing, but the look on her face did more than words could have done in that moment. Light flashed around, Marie galloped on the outside, her ring flashed with brilliant pink as shots of magical energy exploded from it, spraying the outer layers of the heroines and keeping them from venturing too far out, though it was safe to say she was already getting chased down by some of them. Marie, I see it. The director cut him short, then stood up. Make sure you stay close to a servant this time. With a snap of her fingers, Stahl appeared by her side and scooped her up as gently as he could, though it was impossible to miss her flinch nor the look of worry on her face as the berserker started to move. Apparently she wasn't quite used to that yet. The pair darted off towards Marie. He turned back to Heroine X as both Lily and Mash flanked around him, quick to help him to his feet as the four of them were thrown right back into the thick of battle when the clones descended upon them. Despite the almost chaotic nature of it, it could be said that he noticed some problems with his attackers. Namely that it wasn't like fighting a team, it was like fighting a group of individuals, just as likely to get in each other's way as they were to end up fighting himself. But it made sense. If they were all cloned from Heroine Z, then they would fight like her as well, and if Heroine Z was anything like Heroine X, then they weren't used to fighting as part of a team. X, stay close, he commanded, then moved towards Mash and waved a hand to Lily, jerking a thumb towards Mash. And when I say down, get down. He didn't wait for a response, instead watched with narrowed eyes as they all rushed forwards. Mash. The girl slammed her shield down. The transparent brick wall formed in the space between herself and the enemies. Most slowed before they struck it, the closest hit head-on and bounced clean off the wall and onto their backsides. Down. Mash dropped down, so too did he. Lily let out a shout of effort as she swung, accompanied by the words, "Saber home run." Caliburn's blade glowed of brilliant gold, light peeled away in a crescent attack and soared over the top of their heads. A couple of the Z's were caught in the initial attack, poofing away as the crescent slice made contact with them, but the moment it passed, he swung across to X and pointed to the recovering enemies. The assassin understood and dove forwards with a rather eager look, flinging herself blades first into the recovering heroines and sweeping around, hacking and slashing as best she could and catching them before they could recover. Those who did were able to quickly gather themselves and offer a token amount of resistance. At least until he glanced to the right and nodded once. Lily raced past him and thrust upwards. Caliburn unleashed streams of light from the tip of the blade to the clones in the air, catching them as they fell and poofing them away into nothing. But he watched closer as each one landed. Some fell flat on their face and others landed on their feet. He turned and glanced at Guinevere. The clones had been putting themselves between them, separating Ritska and the others from the goddess. It was hard not to notice, yet their advance had continued, and the more clones they threw, the more they lost. Their numbers were shrinking rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before there were only a handful left. Her vision was starting to blur, and already she could feel the burning deep within her chest. The very act of breathing was labored now, putting as much effort into wielding her weapon than she was into keeping herself upright and fighting. She knew not what manner of poison he had wielded against her, but she could feel it pulsing just under her skin. Itching, clawing, burrowing. It was spreading through her body as if alive, 1,000 tiny monsters seeping down into her lungs and scorching everything in their wake. Another lump formed in her throat. She tried her best to swallow it down as she twisted her body, just barely avoiding the orb of malicious black flames that would have otherwise slammed into her chest. Whether a result of the toxin in her blood or something else, even stepping near those flames sent every one of her instincts into a frenzy. It was as if those obsidian fires were glaring at her as they passed, snarling and cursing as they were denied the chance to grasp her skin and peel away her flesh. As though the flames were, in some way, alive and angry. So very angry. Even now as the orb sailed past her, she felt the heat in the back of her neck burning intensely. The fury of the missed attack wailed in the back of her mind as the shudder of an explosion trembled behind her. Her grip loosened on the chain and she swung forwards, the Morningstar hurled towards its target with a heavy whistle. Then she felt the tremor surge through her arm as the attack was parried away with the back of the mangled blade. The weapon looked no more like a sword than like chiseled glass. In the very center, right at the hilt, there was a pulse of white light buried just beneath the surface. It was hammering faster and faster, flashing and fading with brightness. Like a heartbeat. If she craned her ears, then above the roar of the inferno and the screeching in her own blood, then she could hear it press down in her heart. The deep beating of the sword, the drumming of the blade itself as it swept through the air towards her. A deft yank brought the mace back, coiling the chain around her arm until it was only a foot of leeway and she turned, throwing her entire body into a clumsy arc and striking the side of the weapon with an earth-splitting clunk. Steel shrieked and the blond man, her opponent, barely looked inconvenienced. He had shown not a shred of emotion since the battle started, just an eerie sense of irritation that he was burdened, and then it had vanished completely. Like a face carved from stone instead of flesh, the only distinction being that his eyes would turn on her and narrow on occasion but little else. Perhaps that was the worst part. If he had been stone, she could have excused the eyes. Those cold emerald orbs looked back at her without a hint of life in them, no warmth or sense of passion. Just a deep-seated blanket of cold. Not even worthy of being called an animal, for at least they had something they fought for. This was just an absence of anything. A cold contradiction to the savage ferocity with which he fought. She felt the oppressive heat before she saw it, her breath lodged in her throat as a heaving cough forced its way up her gullet. She was no longer coughing out anything wet, instead it was a dusty rasping which escaped her. She half expected to see shreds of sand spew from between her lips, for how arid it felt. As though her tongue was moments away from crumbling to dust. Was it even still there? She had lost the feeling of it some time ago. Despite that, she still fought because she had her own pride. To be felled with poison without landing any decisive blows would have been an insult to her heritage. Would have been an insult to her own patron if she lost in such a way. It was that thought which drove her onwards, but it was one that was quickly losing steam. Her limbs felt heavy, and her body felt hot and sticky. Sweat poured off her brows in great rolling waves and her eyes hadn't stopped tearing up. Now it was burning greater than before, the continuous stream had clogged up her vision and she could only see through some warped perception of the world. She dared not raise her arm to wipe them away, because she knew that was the moment he was waiting for. The slightest hint of weakness and he would strike. He closed the distance swiftly, another telegraphed attack, same as before. But she needed distance, she wanted him as far from him as possible. One dose of whatever he had cast had nearly been enough to put her down. She didn't want to be anywhere near him when he cast another. Her muscles bulged, strength poured into her arms as the chain was gripped tight with both hands. So strong that she was sure she could hear the metal links bending between her fingers as she pulled. Heaving with every ounce of willpower and swinging across, raking the lump of jagged steel across the ground, tearing a trench and keeping him at back. It was a half-step backwards to avoid losing the tip of his toes. She saw the barest embers of smoke drift from his fingers. The first signs of whatever malicious flame he was about to drag out from the very depths of Tartarus and throw at her. She breathed in and stopped. It was as if someone had erected a wall in her throat, slammed shut a door and locked it tight. Unable to draw in even an ounce of air, her jaw snapped shut as she forced her muscles to work. Trying to dislodge whatever was stopping her from breathing. The urge to drop her weapon and clasp at her throat was stamped out, if only barely, as she staggered further away. Another tug on her strength launched the spiked weights at the servant one after another, drawing them back and forth with everything she could muster. He kept walking towards her, at an insultingly casual pace. Very rarely did he even bother to raise his weapon, a sidestep or a slight shift of his posture and he dodged perfectly. A snarl bubbled in her throat, but escaped as a pitiful wheeze. With a silent scream, she hurled the weights in from either side. Then he did the unthinkable. Before her unblinking eyes, he dropped his sword and stretched his arms out, taking a single step forwards and then catching the weights. His fingers curled around the chains and he held on tight. Already she felt her arms buckle as she dug her heels in, pushing them through the upper layers of dirt and grass to find some manner of footing. It came loose with a single tug, jerking her feet from the ground and sending her sprawling towards him. She never touched the ground. His hand slammed shut over her mouth, clamping down with a grip which was near crushing, any tighter and he likely would have shattered her teeth. Hoisting her up, she snarled behind the grip and swung out. Movement in the corner of her eye, a glint of something in sunlight and then pain lanced in her chin, the feeling of something suddenly appearing in her mouth and a sweeping sense of agony. Her tongue was rooted in place, a tension spread from her lower jaw and her eyes widened. He pulled, a squelch filled the air and she stared, wide-eyed, at the small knife he had just yanked out from her chin, still glistening with her blood. Then she was moving, the grip over her mouth vanished and the world vanished into scenery, blurs of color. Mixtures of sky and grass before she hit the ground hard, grunting and wheezing, a blooded cough erupted from her as she spat crimson onto the ground, snarling and pushing up. Her eyes blurred, her eyes glazed and then she felt her strength start to leave her. Spitting once more, she noticed something different, even through unfocused eyes, she could see something amiss in the splat of red on the ground. The clear mixture of some purple stain on her blood, then the burning spread across her entire mouth. Something slick and weighty, merely touching it with her wounded tongue brought nothing but agony. Her eyes narrowed to slits as a cold realization set in. More poison. An impact struck her hard, vision whiting and her body thrown into a roll. Once, twice and then thrice did she skip over the ground before hitting the earth, rolling onto her back and then lay there. Weakness gripping her every muscle as the pain spread in waves, tears sprung as the poison slipped down her gullet. A shadow darkened her vision, nothing more than a mere silhouette at first. Only when it leaned down did she really get further detail. A hand came into focus and lowered down towards her. It found a hold on her throat, a causal and lethargic nature to the feeling of the fingers wrapping around her neck. As if there was no true sense of urgency. She searched for strength and found herself unable to do so much as lift a finger as her body was slowly peeled away from the earth. Dragged upwards, her limbs dangled by her side as her eyes focused onto the face, limited vision that she had, and glared with all the fury she could muster. The fingers on her throat just tightened a little bit further, slowly but surely crushing her throat. She could do nothing but glare into his eyes, strength burning faster and faster and leaving her with very little to fight with. When he started to squeeze down, moving his other hand to support and maintain that dead look in his eyes, it was as if something snapped in her. This was how she was going to die in this summoning. Poisoned and strangled. A deep fury burned inside her, anger flooded her system and like that, she could muster enough strength to move her numb limbs. She reached towards the face of the blonde, desperate to claw out his motionless expression. He held her at more than enough of an arm's length as if she were some unruly child. Not even her kicking could reach him, and when it did, her legs felt numb and worthless. She might as well have been beating him with hollow cloth. Spots of darkness swarmed, her effort to free herself got weaker and weaker. Her mind was slowing, all while that constricting grip on her throat was at the forefront of her mind. It occurred to her, she didn't even know his name. The man had not spoken a single word. Then, perhaps as a final insult, she watched his head turn away from her into something in the distance. He showed the first true emotion she had seen. Annoyance. Then she caught his eyes, glanced at her and she understood what it was. Like she had somehow done some insult against him. Then he looked away once more and squeezed tighter, as if trying to hurry the process along and get to something he actually wanted to do. Even in her last moments, he wasn't even paying attention to her, as if she wasn't worth the attention. All she could do was snarl and promise in the back of her mind that she would remember this face. And she would get even. Then the darkness embraced her with the same cold hands that were wrapped around her throat. The next Z-clone fell beneath the blade of Lily the moment it tried to rush towards them. Ritska felt less concerned than before. It was clear that the saber was growing more confident with the more enemies she faced and he was similarly glad to see it. But all the same, no, Not time to concern himself with that. This was about Lily. Sounds of clashing steel from behind him. Ritska turned his head and found himself witness to a rather odd sight. There was no sign of the servant Ash had fought previously, instead he was engaged in a duel with the caster servant who had aided Heroine Z. If it could be called a duel. No expert in sword fencing was Ritska, but as he watched the caster tumble to the ground and scramble backwards, shield raised high as Ash swung again and again into the lion-faced steel rim, he knew that the blonde was going to be the victor of the duel. There was no contest of skill, Ash merely wailed on the man without an end in sight. His mind connected with the Avenger for a brief instant. Do you need support? No. It was all Ash said in reply, pulling back his sword and kicking down now. Armored boot driving the caster further into the earth. This was more a beating than a fight. He stared at it for a few moments, then turned his head back around and closed his eyes for a brief moment. Taking in a deep breath before he opened them again and resumed his walk forwards with Mash and Lily. His eyes narrowed as he watched the clones reduce in number with the length of the attacks. There was a gasp of pain. One of Guinevere's opponents went down with a streak of gold carved through her chest. Her body turned to dust a moment later, leaving only the original two she had been fighting. Another swipe from Lily felled the next Z clone and left only several remaining. Each one of them was back to back with the other and glancing around looking a lot more nervous now than they had been when the fight started. He turned. Guinevere cut down the last clone. He assumed as such because the remaining Z had all but launched herself away from the goddess, darting backwards like an animal only to scramble to a halt when she stared at the rest of them. He watched the moment that the reality of her situation came crashing down on her head. Duel. He paused, then frowned. What? I request a duel. Heroine Z shouted again, her voice strangled. Me and the novice saber. 1-on-1. That's how it goes, right? Chivalry and all. If you refuse, you'll definitely be a fake saber forever. Ritska stared at her and the tremble in her arms. It was clear she was terrified. You can just leave. He stepped forwards, nodding his head to the distance. Turn around and run and that will be the end of it. At that, Heroine Z turned on him. Something flashed through his eyes. She paused, looking to entertain his idea, but then her gaze turned cold. The tremble in her arms vanished and she stood up straight. When she spoke again, her voice was flat, resigned. A heroine does not run from battles against sabers. Ritska grimaced. Have it your way. I accept her duel. He blinked, shocked at the voice, and whipped his head to the speaker. You what? Hang on, Lily. Master. Lily stepped beside him. She did not turn her head from the heroine. Did not divert focus from the dual wielder. Her green eyes remained firmly locked upon them. When she spoke again, it was in the same firm tone that he would have heard from another. It is a matter of honor. Ritska frowned. She did set bombs and try to blow us up. She did. Lily replied without missing a beat. But she has no cards left to play. She will not run, so I shall give her an end that befits her purpose. I shall do my utmost to grant her an end with dignity. She turned, looking up at him. All right. He paused, then reached up a hand and pressed it on her shoulder, giving her a small squeeze. Not tight enough to truly cause discomfort or stop her, but it was one that he believed passed along his thought. I will be right here. We all will. Lily looked into his eyes, then gave a dazzling smile. Thank you, master. Then she turned, and walked with her sword drawn. Ritska met the eyes of Guinevere from across the way, and he could have sworn he saw a flicker of unease in them. But it went ignored, because he needed to keep his eyes on Lily right now. She could feel her heart beat away in her chest. Everything she had been working towards was right here. Kick her ass, my student. The shout of Miss X was a rather welcome one, if a little crude. But it was nostalgic in a way, very much the type of encouragement that she would have gotten from her brother. Show this savage the measure of a true knight. And the support from Lady Guinevere was a bit different but no less encouraging. Already there was the confidence that she would claim victory in this battle. Lily was not overconfident in anything, she would not underestimate her enemy and had some expectation for what she would be facing. Miss X had been fast and the clones, weakened as they were, still matched Lily in speed until she used her mana burst to surpass them. Sword skills remained unchanged and she knew that as a novice, this servant would still be better than her. She had been fighting Guinevere, her body marred with proof of the scuffle. Burn marks and cuts across her clothes, her hat missing the left side of the beak. Her breathing came out in pants, sharp intakes and exhales. Z was tired, exhausted even. Yet even then, Lily had to admire the strength she held herself up with. There was no doubt that it would be a hard fight. But Lily had reason to win, she had something to prove. Taking her stance, she brought up her sword and gripped it with both hands, prepared for her attacker. Heroine Z narrowed her eyes, the final two clones at her side vanished in a puff of smoke as the assassin brought up her twin Excaliburs. The black and gold blades glowed as the servant started to twirl them between her fingers. "Your move." A scoff from Heroine Z. "You fool. I have long been trained in the anti-saber arts." The swords in her grasp started to spin faster and faster. Lily took a cautious step backwards as she watched the blades spin with such speed that they became impossible to track, turning into little more than circles of light along either side of the servant as she started to walk forwards with slow and purposeful steps. Each spin of the weapon slashed into the ground, picking out grooves in the dirt and shredding the grass with each step she took. Lily wavered on her feet, eyes darting between the spinning blades and then to the face of the advancing heroine herself. This was a rather unorthodox tactic she had not quite expected. It was as though the wrists of the assassin were built on a ball joint with the ease at which the blades span. But there was something she noticed. It was the footsteps of Heroine Z. She wasn't using her incredible speed. It didn't feel right as a taunt. Or rather, Miss X never felt like the person who would do a taunt like that and not immediately capitalize on her alarm at the move. She probably can't run like that. Ritska's voice filtered through her mind a moment later. Go for her legs and she'll probably stop and return to a regular fighting style. Lily was of the same opinion. But rather than doing that, her eyes narrowed as she glanced to the spinning wrist of the heroine and then back towards the servant. She had an idea. Stepping forwards, she ignited Caliburn and thrust the sword forwards. Light shot from the blade and towards the left arm of the servant. Heroine Z reacted immediately and twisted her arm, stopping the spin and sweeping her sword across, parrying the light beam away to the side. Lily accelerated with mana and thrust for the leg next, then changed at the last moment and swung upwards instead. Heroine Z reacted quickly, catching the blow with her twin swords and then forcing it down into the ground once more. The heroine pushed forwards and flipped over the top of her. Turning her head, she stumbled as Z kicked her in the face as she flipped over, sending her to the ground for all of half a second. Lily hit the earth on her shoulder, then used the momentum to roll her body, slashing up as she did so and sending a crescent of light from her blade and towards her attacker. Z leaned to the side and avoided the attack, then pressed forwards in the hopes of catching her before she could stand. Lily activated her mana burst in that next moment. The ground was shredded to ribbons as the magical energy exploded out of her without anything even close to resembling control. It was a rather reckless move, but at the same time, it worked in that the uneven footing prevented the assassin from closing the gap quickly. Z caught herself on a small outcrop of earth and stumbled, giving her a fraction of a chance to stand up again and swing out. She expected the blow to be blocked and found her expectations met rather handily. Drawing her sword back and going for another slash, this one being parried away. Lily used the parry and kicked off the ground, spinning through the air and sweeping around from the other side and chopping down with all her might. Z blocked the attack with one sword and thrust with the other. Lily brought out her leg and kicked the blade away from her body, or tried to. The force of the swipe was still enough to knock her away, and without proper footing, Lily ended up flying for a short distance before she hit the ground. Her feet had barely even touched the ear before the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Her eyes widened as her instinct screamed. At the same time, Master's voice rang through her mind. Both said the same thing. Duck. She dropped to the ground a fraction of a second later, hearing the sweeping sound of the blade passing above her head. She rolled forwards and turned, then gasped as a kick struck her in the chest and sent her sprawling across the ground, rolling for a few meters before reacting on instinct. Righting herself and swinging up, sweeping out a cloud of dirt and grass from the ground as she did so and throwing it towards the heroine. Z dodged right as a blur, then accelerated forwards and thrust for her head. Lily angled herself, avoiding the thrust by the skin of her teeth, then swung up and parried the blow into the air, stepping forwards and she ducked low. The other sword came about and very nearly took her head off. Another burst of mana escaped her and shunted Z back a few steps, but not nearly enough for her to take advantage of. Instead, it just gave her the chance to rise back up and prepare herself. Her breathing was coming out faster than before, her heart hammering away in her chest. It was never that she underestimated Z. But there was no denying that Z was the better fighter, only her instincts were keeping her in the battle at this point and she knew it. Z hopped back, gaining some distance and twirling her blades once more, though far slower than last time, then she stopped. The black sword was held in a reverse grip while the other was held in a standard grip. The assassin started to pace back and forth, narrowing her eyes as if trying to figure something out. Lily was thankful for the breathing room, but it was still rather problematic. Lily, use your mana burst when I give the signal. Then get ready to move. It was a clipped command, but she transmitted her acknowledgement. Taking in a deep breath and narrowing her eyes, drawing Caliburn down and to the side so the blade was angled for the ground. Speed then strength. Close the distance and then swing. She would trust her master with that. Mana flooded her legs, she stepped forwards and then charged straight ahead. To the outside world, this would have looked as though she'd just abandoned reason and thrown everything into her speed and power. The reckless move of a novice. She supposed Master would count on that. Indeed, she had never underestimated Z. But could the same be said for Z? The heroine narrowed her eyes and tensed her posture, awaiting her attack, or rather, probably making an effort to avoid the attack and then catch her. Momentary reinforcement. She felt the surge of power flood through her body, strengthening herself beyond as it would have been normally. It would only last for a few seconds at most, but she knew that it would be enough for a decisive blow. Especially when coupled with her mana burst. That was probably the signal Master spoke of. Lily stamped down and halted her momentum, flooding mana into her arms instead and bringing them above her head with sword in hand. Her eyes narrowed as the muscles bulged. She took in a sharp breath and trapped it inside her lungs. She brought the sword above her head and swung clean down. Heroine Z was already stepping to the side to ensure the blow missed. Emergency evasion. Lily's whole body blinked to the side, changing position from where it had been moments ago and finding herself perhaps a meter or so to the left of Heroine Z. Which ensured that she was actually behind the servant instead of in front of them, especially with their body turned at an angle. Catching herself, she changed the swing and swung across and towards the assassin. Heroine Z was already turning, the flash of alarm and panic clear across her face as she swung out her sword to block the attack, but her footing was all wrong, her grip wasn't prepared for it. She had underestimated Lily. Lily's blow connected with the sword of Heroine Z, the surge of strength exploded from her arms and into the sword. Caliburn sang loudly, light exploded from the blade at the point of contact as sparks and flashes of light danced from the connected blades. It was a song which lasted only a fraction of a second. Stepping forwards, a cry escaped the throat of Lily as she pushed with all her might. Goo! The golden sword was forced from the hand of Heroine Z and sent flying into the sky above their heads. Lily stepped forwards and threw her body into the next attack, thrusting forwards and driving the tip of Caliburn through the chest of Heroine Z. Better to be safe than sorry. Callie. She stepped forwards and pushed up, lifting Heroine Z up and pointing to the sky. She didn't want to catch any of her friends or allies in the blast. Burn. The sword exploded, a beam of golden light erupted from the blade and carried Z into the sky, moving faster than she could even really comprehend. Merely that in 1 second she had the servant on the end of her sword, and in the next there was a golden meteor of light shooting across the blue sky and bright enough to rival the sun. The meteor exploded with a shower of sparkles. Lily watched it for a moment and then lowered her sword, thrusting the blade into the ground and resting her hands upon the pommel. She won. Wow, that was a really close thing. She didn't think she would have actually won if it was for that last move, but, well, what was the point of having allies if you could not rely upon them? A smile spread across her lips, she turned her head towards the others and nodded to them. The enemy has been defeated, Master. Her master was still staring at the explosion in the sky with a blank expression, then his gaze lowered towards her. He started to walk forwards while nodding his head up and down, a ghost of a smile on his lips as he looked down at her. When he was close enough, he brought up a hand and dropped it onto her shoulder. That'll do, Lily. That'll do. She beamed up at him. Heroine X watched it with a rather disturbed internal feeling. She had thought she could take Lily at the moment, but this proved otherwise. Well, technically Lily had help, so she probably could take her in a lone fight if it was just one-on-one. But what servant of this era fought without a master? Yikes, was this really the strength of a servant and master combination that even sabers of novice ability could be powerful enough to rival her? Actually, how strong would it make her if she was coupled with a master as well? She had always heard of the stories, what servant hadn't, but to see it firsthand was both incredible and terrifying. A rattle of chains behind her had her turn her head. Her eyes glanced at the approaching Avenger, and then turned down to the odd weapon he was holding in his hands. It was literally two lumps of iron with spikes attached to them connected together with a chain. "It's over then, is it?" Ash asked with a blank expression, then grunted as he looped the chained weights up and moved towards the box strapped to his waist, opening it up. X watched as the weapon started to break down into what looked like dust, then flowed into the open container and out of sight. He clipped the lid shut a moment later and folded his arms. She won then. X jolted as she realized the question, then nodded her head up and down, turning towards the saber as she was surrounded by the others who all seemed to be congratulating her on her victory. She did, yes, so what took you so long? It was only a caster. He was easy. It was the fact he summoned a servant, which was a small problem. Oh, not another saber, was it? No, a berserker. Penthesilea. Heroine X pinched her brows, then slowly turned her head and stared at the Avenger with a sudden case of confusion. She felt her face scrunch up as the name registered, her mind restarted, and then she registered the name again. The Amazonas CEO. The what? She shook her head, trying to dismiss the rather bizarre image that brought about and instead returning her attention towards Lily. The saber really had gotten better, and not just that. Lily defended her. Heroine X rolled her jaw inwards and then shuffled on the spot for a few moments. She glanced down for a second and then closed her eyes. Turning around and slowly walking away from the group. Leaving? Yeah, she replied to Ash, turning and staring at the blonde as he side-eyed her. No sense in me sticking around, is there? My ship will probably be a bit easier to repair now with stuff. Well, I don't really see the need for forcing the matter anymore. Being around you guys is more trouble than it's worth. Ash remained silent. Lily will probably want you to stay. I was just learning how she fought so I could beat her in the future. She'll still probably want you to stay. Her jaw clenched and her head turned to the side, a huff escaped her as she folded her arms. That's stupid. Probably. Couldn't you have pretended to disagree to make me feel better? No. Her lip twitched upwards. You're blunt, I appreciate it and find it quite hurtful as well. Miss X. She jolted at the sudden voice of Lily, then slowly turned around and stared down at the saber as they bounded towards her. She pulled a strained smile as the girl slid to a halt in front of her with a triumphant grin. I did it, Miss X. Just like I told you that I would. Both you and Lady Guinevere, I'm glad I was able to put all your teachings into practice. Heroine X shrugged. I didn't do all that much and. Not at all. Lily argued. I felt like I could fight even stronger with all of you behind me. Not just all of you, but with Mash and Queen Marie standing beside me as well, I'm certain they will all be amazing with me. She turned from her and towards Ash, frowning. What happened? I sensed another servant. Dead. Ash replied without even letting her finish, arms folded and face like stone. Same as the caster who summoned her. You won. Congratulations. Yikes, it sounded so flat. Apparently even that flat compliment was good enough for Lily. She turned back to her and X felt herself shrivel up a little on the inside from the earnest gaze of the young girl. So what do we do now? I'm sure there's a lot of work to be done if we're going to repair the rocket. Heroine X slowly shook her head from side to side. Yeah, I can take it from here now so you guys can go and do your thing. Lily blinked, then stepped backwards and tilted her head. What do you mean? She wet her lips and dropped her head. Sorry, Lily. I deceived you. I was just training you because I was confident that I could defeat you. What does that have to do with? When I returned to the future, I was going to use all I learned when fighting you to hunt you down and then kill you. I would leave you alive in this era, but I would know all of your moves and everyone else who was like you. I was gathering a move list and rigging it in my favor. The more you relied on me, the easier it would be. Bringing her foot up, she kicked away at the ground. But, yeah, I'm gonna hand you back over to the caster from now on. She can train you so, yeah. Why? She blinked, then brought up her head up and squinted at Lily. Why what? Lily frowned. Why would you stop training me? Did you hear a word I just said? Lily nodded her head up and down. I did. From the very beginning, you looked at me and were determined to train me until I was at my absolute best. Until I had learned everything that I could possibly learn from you, right? It meant you believed that it was possible for me to learn everything there was to learn from you. Wait. What sort of conversation are we having here? It meant that you truly believed I could learn from you. The girl continued on, bringing up a hand and placing it flat against her chest. The only way I can repay such earnest kindness is by remaining as a student of you until I learn everything that you have to teach me. Until I know everything, I will not abandon your tutelage. What? Heroine X blinked. Then she blinked again. She leaned back, then shot a look towards the others and saw that at least some of them were looking at Lily with a rather weird expression, but most of them were just smiling as if the saber hadn't just said something rather crazy. You could take it that way, but I, personally, wouldn't. Lily was still smiling. Someone cleared their throat. Her eyes snapped towards the caster. The tall goddess lowered her hand from in front of her mouth. The young squire makes a valid point. You would never allow your pride to give Lily anything less than the best training she could handle. Whether you intended to use that knowledge for good or ill, ultimately what you wished for was for her to grow until she was at her absolute peak. Well, kind of. What she wanted was for Lily to use all of her moves so that she could easily counter them all, but this was really weird. I wouldn't half-ass her training, but in which case, you were truly genuine in your actions. Guinevere continued on with a wave of the hand. Lesser as they might be to mine, your eye for cultivation is at least worth noting. As are your skills as a swordsman. That sounded like an insult. She stared at Lily for a few moments. Are you really fine with that? It was Ash who spoke next, looking down at Lily with an odd expression on his face. She just taught you everything to further her own goals. Are you really fine with learning from someone like that? He sounded really disapproving, which left her torn between nodding her head in acceptance of what he was saying while also being a bit insulted that he was trying to talk her down so much. Lily gave a single nod of the head. Whatever her reasons might have been, I cannot deny the results. With the skills she has given me, I can better protect Master and help human history. I might even save many people with what she teaches. It is not about her skills, it is about what I can do with them for my own ideals. Ash remained silent, then turned his head away. If you say so. Why did it feel like she had missed something? And why was Guinevere pointedly looking away from everyone? Heroine X glanced down at Lily, then looked past the girl towards Ritska. The boy shot her a faint smile and a shrug of the shoulders. I think you've been shanghaied into the role of teacher, X. Probably easier to just accept it at this rate. Her shoulders dropped a little, her eyes fell to the earnest gaze of the young girl. Shuffling on her feet, she rolled her lips inwards. I can't abandon my mission but a small break couldn't hurt, right? It was the only compromise she could give. There was no doubt she and Lily might one day cross blades. But it didn't have to be anytime soon. There was a long time between now and the end of the universe, after all. Clearing her throat, she looked away. But first thing is first. I gotta repair my ship and then get it back to the future. I can't leave something like that anywhere near you guys because that would seriously damage the timeline. You know, bad stuff would happen if it stuck around. Yeah, all those timeline shenanigans are awful. Exactly. X realized two things. 1, that was not the voice of anyone in front of her. 2, everyone was now looking behind her. She turned around and stared at the three individuals. Blackbeard raised his hand. Hey, we walked around for a while, then realized nothing interesting was happening so we came back here. Did we miss the training arc? The Silver Saber leaned towards the pirate and whispered. It appears they have resolved everything already. They have, damn it. Blackbeard whined and stomped his foot, then pouted like a child and turned his head away. That blows. I knew we should have stuck near them for a bit longer before we all walked away, but that sucks. Everyone knows that it's always in the final battle where everything is the coolest. Like the big power-up or the badass one-liner or the power of friendship shining through. The angel said nothing. Sammy, we got beat up by the power of friendship. It's a real thing. Senpai, the enemies have returned. Wait, Marshmallow, don't. Heroine X remained stone-faced as the shielder rushed past her like lightning. Madness quickly descended from them, a few raised voices, someone begging for clemency, and then someone arguing about whether or not they should do anything with them. She barely even registered Ritsuka when he stopped next to her. This is sort of crazy, you know. Ritsuka chuckled a little at her words. How do you think we felt when a rocket fell on our heads? Heroine X remained silent for a moment, then she let out a small snort. Hey, I guess that would also be a little crazy. Guess we're even on that front now, aren't we? I'd say so. Ritsuka replied. Are you going to stick around once your ship goes back? Maybe. She replied with a faint shrug. After all, you'll need some professional help if you run into enemy sabers, won't you? Yeah, I suppose we will. A short reply. Ritsuka folded his arms. Glad to have you around, Heroine X. Yeah, she nodded once, then sniffled. Watching the madness with a twitch of the lip. Glad to be around. And she meant it. Saber Wars. Epilogue. Olga said nothing. Neither did Sarajara for a few seconds. Then there was a crinkle of paper as the other individual in the room lowered the report which had been filed of the latest incident. I think we could do with omitting a few details. Olga slowly nodded her head at the words of El Meloy too. The man took a puff of his cigar and turned away, bringing a hand up and nursing his brows as he closed his eyes. A few moments of silence passed before he brought the hand back down. But there is a good chance she might well have been telling the truth. Sarajara palmed at her face and remained that way, like that of a statue. El Meloy too grunted in acknowledgement, as if recognizing that it was the appropriate reaction to it. Which it probably was as well. The fact of the matter is that the energy readings of that craft were far beyond what could be expected from anything created by your average caster. Not to mention even Leonardo da Vinci and pharaohs could attest that it was rather advanced even for them. Olga really did not need this today. She mutely nodded her head up and down and silently promised herself that she would go for a drink. But the craft is gone. As for this, Heroine X, it is clear from the reports and the presence of the woman herself that she is a version of King Arthur. El Meloy too paused for a moment, then added on. Another version of King Arthur, that is. Bringing our grand total of encountered versions up to 5. They had run into King Arthur 5 times. Setting all of that aside, El Meloy too waved his free hand towards the pair of them. Examination of Heroine X is that she does indeed possess some measure of conceptual advantage against those of the Saber class, thus she could prove a significant boon to Chaldea's roster. In addition to the half-dozen servants that you were able to acquire from the Singularity as well. Another pause. Fortunately they all passed through the examinations of Medea, who could detect no trace of alteration to their bodies or spirit cores. Evidently neither could Scathach, and if they have been vetted by the Princess of Colchis and the Witch of Dunscaith, then it can be assumed they are useful. Another puff of the cigar. All in all, the Singularity was rather fruitful. He looked down at the paper. Then he sighed and closed his eyes once more, turning his head and making it for the door. But I will say, if a report like this crossed my desk, I would assume it was a prank from one of my students. It went without saying which one. Glancing down at the paper as the man left the room, she stared at it for a few moments and then brought her head up to look at the archivist of Chaldea. Sarajara was still sat in her chair with her head in her hands and looking as though she would rather forget about today. A pity that it was impossible for her. List it down as another potential intrusion from an alternate timeline. She did not want to deal with the headache of whatever this was supposed to be when it came to being dragged before the clock tower when they fixed everything. Because there was no way that anyone was going to read that and not assume she had been the victim of some caster-induced hallucination. She was brimming with confidence as she strutted through Chaldea. Sure, it might have been a little more primitive than she was used to, but it was a bit like walking around one of those antique houses. Not quite in date, but not unpleasantly out of date either. The layout and technology were passable, from an objective point of view. And there was food. They were letting her have free food. And the food was good. If they had led with that from the very start, she would have been much more open with them from the very beginning. But that was not what she was after. She spotted him rather swiftly. Taking in a deep breath, she marched across the room and towards the kitchen countertop. Eyes alight with determination, she marched towards the kitchen and with a single powerful motion, she slammed her hands onto the countertop and produced a loud bang. Silence engulfed the room. From across the kitchen, the blonde slowly brought his head up, cold green eyes focused on her for a moment. It was all the time she needed. I demand a rematch. A pregnant pause followed. Ash slowly tilted his head to the side, then shrugged. If that's what you want. She wasn't quite pleased with how bored he sounded with it. This was a matter of pride. She would never be able to look anyone in the eye if she did not wipe away this little blemish. Her pride as a saber demanded that she establish that she was in the best class, no matter what that assassin nonsense was about, which meant that whatever make-believe class this guy was in, she had to show that she was still above him. Redeeming herself from the cheap shot was essential. Good, she declared, nodding her head. We'll fight after lunch. Immediately after that, she turned to the red-haired woman and smiled a bit wider. Could I please make an order? A slow blink was the response. The redhead traded glances between her and Ash several times before exhaling and rolling her eyes. At least you were polite about it. Heroine X wiped her mouth as the scents of the kitchen wafted through the air. She was certainly not going to drool in front of all of them. Damn, that food smelled really good. The twin swords fell into her hands, twisting around until they were but blurs. Across from her stood the blonde, an expression on his face that made it seem as though he would much rather have been anywhere else. Well, that was fine with her. Distracted enemies were way easier to take down. Ready, she called out, getting a grunt in response. 3 to go. Accelerating forwards, she was behind the Avenger before he managed to turn his head. Her lips spread across with a victorious grin. This might end up being a record win for her. Heroine X blinked, then blinked again. She frowned as she found herself staring up at the ceiling. Wah. A lance of pain shot through her a moment later. Her hand came up and pressed against her nose, feeling a numbness spread across the front of her face. It felt quite sore to the touch and the blurs in her vision were definitely tears. Wait, what? Her body jerked upwards into a sitting position, brows furrowed. What happened? Oh, you're up. Her head whipped to the sound and narrowed her eyes. Ash was stood to the side, both hands resting on the pommel of the sword. His eyes looked down at her with the same bored expression he had when the duel started. What did you do? Why does my face hurt? You ran behind me, so I elbowed you. Heroine X blinked. He what? Quote. Huh. He remained stone-faced as he spoke again with greater detail. I knew you would use your speed to get behind me, so I waited for you to be in the perfect position. Then I swung my elbow into your face. A frown came upon his lips. But I was not expecting you to go down with the single blow. Fluke. She howled purely on instinct, scrambling to her feet and bringing out her swords once again. There was no way that happened. It was definitely just bad luck. That was right. She had just eaten, so she was obviously going to be moving slower than normal to avoid feeling queasy. That was the only way he had managed to score a win there. Of course, that made sense. Ash kept that now infuriating blank face. If you say so. That sounded like a challenge and an insult. Especially with how toneless he spoke. Her right eye twitched, her ahoge straightened. Twisting her feet, she pushed off the ground and rocketed forth. As if one with the wind itself, her weightless body was upon the Avenger before he even had a chance to draw his sword from the ground. This time, for certain, she knew that she had him. Her blades came in from the left, all her weight behind them. Then a shudder ran up her arm as all her momentum stopped. She blinked hard and then her eyes went wide. Ash had stepped into her guard immediately, not even bothering to raise the sword, and had thrown up his right arm. The vambrace had caught the blades near the hilts, locking them in place before they could touch his body. True, the edges of her swords had bitten perhaps a half centimeter into armor, but that was all. Then pain lashed across her again, her right cheek exploded with agony and she found her vision whiting. A moment later, it occurred to her that he had struck her with his free hand. Instinct screamed, she turned and moved with all the speed and skill she had, or tried to. In that half-second of delay, Ash had torn the sword from the ground and was upon her like a ferocious beast. Swinging with powerful blows, each one sending her reeling and caused alarm to shoot through her each time he struck her. He fought with the strength of 3 servants, easily Lancer strength. No, he fought like a berserker except for one concerning detail. She saw not an ounce of madness in his gaze. Instead there was nothing. The next blow came stronger than the others, the sword burned with light and heat, her eyes snapped shut from the display directly in her face. It was a momentary mistake and it cost her dearly. She did not see the knee drive itself into her stomach, but she felt it. Dropping to the ground, she wrapped her arms around her waist and could do only one thing as she felt something rise up her throat. She cursed herself for eating such a large lunch. The why of existence. Why did he exist? To link the flame. That was the sole purpose for which had been born. Either in life or in undeath, the purpose remained the same. That was something that Ash knew. Why were other humans born? The reasons changed, but could be attributed to emotional reasons. Sometimes for love, sometimes out of cruel reasons and sometimes for similar purposes. To be used as tools, either in furthering kingdoms or to increase the power of individuals. Ash did not pretend to understand those reasons, he had never given much thought to how humans were birthed and for what reason. He cared less about the circumstances behind their birth and more about what they would do after they were born, how they would live their lives and what sort of people they would be. Yet recent events left him troubled. For the first time, he was now thinking of the whys. And there was one named chief above all others. Why was Mash born? Try and he might. Desperate as he had been to ignore the words of his mother, he could not. She had seen something he had missed, something that he had been ignoring until now. The similarities had always been there, but he had never looked much into the reason. There had never been a reason to do so. He had just accepted that she was like him and never once considered as to why that would be cause for alarm. A personal failing, perhaps. Mash Kyrielite, demi-servant of Chaldea. That had been how she introduced herself. He never noticed how it held the same weight as Ash, unkindled of Lothric. It was more than a title. It was an announcement of existence. An entire person, everything they were, summed up in so few words, and that was that. He never noticed it, thought of it. Why did he never think of it? Because he never considered it strange or unusual. He never thought it odd when he introduced himself such as that. so why would he ever have thought differently of another person introducing themselves in a similar fashion? The thought that his mother was right, the notion that Chaldea had done exactly what had been done to him, the idea that they were making use of Mash in the same way that people had made use of him. As nothing more than a tool to be used and then discarded. His mind was filled with disturbing images. Cruel as the gods could be, humanity had long since proven to him that they could perform the same acts. Hands clenched into fists, he balled them so tightly that he felt a brief pressure in his palms where his nails bit into the toughened skin and pierced into flesh. He was aware of something cold and oily sliding down his fingers. Pulling his head down and his hands up, he slowly uncurled his fingers to stare at the wounds on his palm. The slashes where he had forced his fingernails deep into his hands. Once more, he was reminded of why he so deeply hated his mother and why he loved her. Cursing her for making him aware of this, but thanking her for making him aware of this. It was a burning question that would not stop bubbling away in his gut or hissing in the back of his head until he received an answer. Why did Mash exist? And why was she so much like him? Questions upon questions mounted in him. None of them held answers that he would like, even those he imagined to bring him comfort twisted away into further questions. It was as though every single thought was geared towards making his mind dive deeper and deeper into the logic that there was something terribly amiss. His hands slowly lowered to his side, his eyes raised unblinkingly towards his mirror. The shattered reflection stared back at him, having not been repaired since he destroyed it. He rejected anyone who wanted to fix it, but allowed them to sweep away the rubbish. He knew why he existed. But he did not know why Mash existed. And he was going to find out why. With a sharp turn, he marched for the door and would have walked right through it if it had been a second slower on opening for him. He moved with such speed that he was very nearly out of earshot of the door when it slowly closed behind him. There was one spot that was his first destination. Libraries never appealed to him. Phantom bookcases that sought to tear him apart at the joints to librarians doused in wax. He knew the sensation, and as soon as he was inside the room he could feel the pressure against his skin all over again. The tight hold of hot wax against his flesh, the suffocating squeeze around his throat and nose. Even the deep blackness of his eyes being fused shut. The sensation lifted just as quickly as it had been upon him, his eyes twisted from point to point as he looked for wherever the girl would have been. Frowning deeper when he did not see her, but he paused for a brief moment when he made eye contact with another in the room that he would have liked to avoid. He had done a good job of avoiding them until now. His lip curled and he turned away. And to think they let you wander without a leash. He stopped, then turned, jaw tightening as he stared at Sullivan from across the length of the room. The caster was no longer looking at him, it had been a cursory glance at best, and was sitting in one of the chairs in the corner, reading through some manner of novel which he clearly found more interesting. Not interesting enough to ignore him, Ash thought with a knot of irritation in his gut. It would have been much better for him if the caster had just kept his mouth shut and then they could have avoided all of this. When he turned fully to face Sullivan, he did not fail to notice the way Sanora stiffened. Yet the Lancer was clearly displeased to see him. Even with her helmet concealing her face, the glower she was sending his way was rather potent. The heat of her glare radiated off her, combined with the low groan of her tightening knuckles around the shaft of her spear. He was sure that any moment now, he would have heard the crack of her teeth shattering against one another from being clenched too hard. There is good reason you are kept under watch. With a disinterested hum, Sullivan flipped over to the next page of his book. There was seemingly nothing more he wanted to say. Ash turned away. So what is it like having your mother here? He froze. That must be enjoyable. Ash was across the room with sword drawn, leveled in the face of Sullivan. The caster paused, then slowly looked up at the blade. His gaze remained on it for a few seconds before it climbed higher still. Wooden features met Ash's blank gaze and his head inclined to the side. Or perhaps not. Sanora had made no move to stop him. He was sure that if he pushed the sword further just a bit more, he would drive it through the head of Sullivan without the Lancer doing anything. Maybe it was because she did not think she could stop him, or maybe she hated the servant more than him. It did not matter. He pulled the sword back and sheathed it away, looking down at Sullivan with a downturned lip before giving a single shake of the head and twisting away from him. As always, your visits are an amusing distraction. He ignored the voice as he marched out of the room. Tell your uncle I said good morning, if you see him. The amusement laced between the words made him scowl deeper. With a final glare over his shoulder, he turned and marched through the hallway once more. Another prick on her finger made her wince a little. The brief flash of pain was quickly ignored as it was replaced with a resigned sigh. Once more, she reached across to the small collection of wipes she had on hand and pulled out yet another, sweeping it over the small hole and dabbing up the blood before dumping it on the slowly growing pile. When she had first started, she had not expected it to be quite as bad as this, but she was certain that she was making progress. It might have been because she was stubborn, but she wanted to see the process through to the very end. Even if it wasn't very good, or she had failed completely, she wanted it completed before she could accurately make a judgment either way. Her head snapped up, another flinch, and she managed to pull back her hand just before she could stab herself with the needle once again. The brief feeling of relief was quickly replaced as she turned her head up towards the door. The echo of the knocks lingered for a moment before she straightened. It's open. Her voice called out. The door parted a second later and revealed the tall figure in the doorway. Mash straightened a little and blinked. Oh. A smile came across her lips. Hello, Quelaag-san. A grunt was the response from the woman, then she leaned forwards and looked left and right. A brief flicker of annoyance crossed her features, her head turned and gave a purposeful stare at the doorway before closing. Mash heard the huff as the writer folded her arms and leaned back onto her lower torso. Mash blinked, then felt a hint of discomfort. Picking up the attempt at needling, she set it on the bed beside her and stood up, giving herself a quickly wipe down before pacing towards the door. She chided herself internally, failing to remember that the rooms of Chaldea were hardly suited for someone with the sort of proportions as Quelaag. She truly should have known better. If you're going to apologize, don't. Quelaag saw through her within a fraction of a second, waving off her attempt at an apology with a wave of a hand and a shake of the head. Nothing about this place screams spacious to me, and if you had room enough to allow someone like me to wander around. She trailed off with that same knowing look, a lopsided grin, as though she had heard something particularly funny but in more of a dry manner. It did little to appease Mash's guilt. Quelaag probably noticed that too, as the smile slowly faded away and was replaced with something a bit more tired. Look, you invited me to spend some time with you, so that's enough. Besides, if it was a problem I would have brought it up before. She turned and looked into Mash's room, letting out a brief snort. And I doubt there is much to do in there, unless you planned on spending all your time speaking with me. Mash hadn't truly given it much thought. She had not seen Quelaag since Rome, and the impression she had been left with was rather unusual. There was something about the writer that made her easy to speak with, not quite like with Senpei, but she felt that beneath the remarks and the faint smirk there was a part of her that truly cared. Even if that wasn't the case, Mash had found her company pleasant enough. She trailed off before she could get another word out, shaking her head from side to side and stepping out of the room. I did not really think about it all that much. Mash felt heat rise up her neck and cheeks, and she knew for a fact it was not coming off of the writer, despite how warm the servant actually was. It had rolled off her in waves, approaching the very limits of tolerance, like being stood just next to an oven without the door being open. One could feel the heat, and it was left to the imagination just how warm it was inside. She was reminded of Quellan, and how he had needed the constant aid of Sir Percival to even walk around without being left in crippling agony. Her eyes turned on Quelaag and looked at her, truly looked. Mash found herself alarmed by the prospect that Quelaag was anything like her brother, but just better at hiding it. You've changed. The words of Quelaag registered a moment later. Mash blinked and looked up into the face of the writer. Oddly enough, she was met with an amused grin. What do you mean? The smile only grew wider. Used to be that you were talking about getting me a jumper, and now you're ogling me so obviously. I'm not sure if I preferred you being shy or being confident. Then again, who has ever heard of a shy knight? Mash knew the second those words registered with her, because that was the moment her face burned with heat. She was sure her skin had flushed bright red and would have been hot to the touch. She opened her mouth to say something, anything, but all that fell out from between her lips was a series of incomprehensive noises. Quelaag's smile only got wider. "Pete, please don't tease me," Mash begged, but was surprised by how high her voice had jumped, cracking just a little as she spoke. With a half shrug, the writer made a face that said, "I'll consider it," without using the words. At least until her eyes lowered down, then the amusement slowly faded away, replaced with a frown. Mash managed to control her babbling long enough to notice the shift, but by the time she made to ask, Quelaag had launched her hands forwards and down. Mash let out a startled squeak as the writer pulled upwards, both her hands clasped by the wrists and flipped them over. Very nearly pulled onto her tiptoes, all she could do was stare with wide eyes at the face of Quelaag as her eyes jumped from her right hand to her left. The frown on her lips only managed to get deeper still as she looked. The injuries, Mash realized, would still have been present. The small red dots that lined her fingers where she had accidentally pricked herself while trying to sew. What sort of knight is clumsy enough to get all of these? Came the brief scoff from Quelaag. Her eyes fell upon Mash. Honestly, you'd drop your shield with all of this. She felt something shoot through her, a flash of heat that was a bit intense. She winced at the sensation, but it vanished before it could settle on her. Like swiping her hand across an open flame, the feeling had not lasted long enough to cause any pain, but left the impression. Quelaag released her. Mash pulled her hands back and then flipped them over, staring at her palms with raised brows. The small red dots were gone, the tiny pricks had melted back into smooth flesh. Mash looked back up. "Don't thank me for that." Quelaag knew what she was going to say, her face flat. "I was just covering for your little mistakes. I'm not in the business of turning into a healer, and it's hardly something I'm all that good at in the first place, honestly. Forcing me into something like that, you should be thankful I was feeling charitable." Mash listened to the words, but only smiled. None of them sounded heated in the least, a bit empty. "Thank you." Quelaag's eye twitched. "What did I just, tisk? Never mind." A grumble and a head turn, but the writer said nothing more about it. A silence fell between the two of them, then Quelaag thinned her lips and glanced back at her. "What do you normally do?" Mash blinked slowly. "I sometimes train. I read books." Silence. Quelaag let out a long and suffering sigh, one that made Mash feel a bit guilty. So she added, "Guinevere-san has. You're getting lessons in how to enjoy yourself from Guinevere." Quelaag looked almost sickened. "Of all the first thing you need to understand about Guinevere. She's an idiot." Mash started. "That seems quite harsh." "I was being polite," Quelaag drawled. Look, Guinevere's type of entertainment is highbrow. She's a court noble, not a down-to-earth sort. She's the type that would turn her nose up at the sort of stuff that would be actually entertaining around here. Given how closed off everything is." Mash furrowed her brows. "What do you mean?" "She's got you embroidering, right?" "Yes." "Boring," Quelaag declared with a flat tone. "She'll have you curtsying before long, and damned if I'm going to have you turned from a barely tolerable knight into some right and proper dullard like that mirror-wielding oaf." She reached forwards, then took Mash by the shoulders and spun her around. Unable to do anything more than surrender to the hold, Mash found herself being guided forwards as the heavy tappings of Quelaag's many feet rang out behind her. "If you want to get some real enjoyment, you've got to learn the ins and outs of the universal humor." Universal humor. MMMMH. Mash found herself slightly intrigued, but was content to go along with whatever Quelaag was talking about. Mainly because it would let her do something with the writer that they would actually enjoy. Mash realized that she did not have all that many hobbies in the first place. El Meloy too had his work cut out for him. From being summoned as a pseudo-servant of all things to this, it seemed as though everything was going through the process of making his life difficult. It was stretching the upper limits of what he was capable of. That being said, He was operating with only the facts as they had been presented through written reports. He was capable of a few things, but being down on the ground during some of these encounters would have truly helped. But what he was really intrigued, or worried about, was the presence of the otherwise elusive figure who had appeared through messengers even before the arrival of Gwyn. Looking back through everything, there might even have been some early signs of their being in the second singularity. That decimated town had gone without an answer. Dark wraiths, they were called. Monsters that consumed the souls of humans. They sounded eerily similar to dead apostles, but he could not be sure without meeting one for himself. That was very low down on his list of wishes. No, this, Lord Father, was a mysterious figure and could potentially mark themselves as another danger. One who had engineered an entire singularity for the sole purpose of examining the master capabilities of the director. Someone who did something like that was rather concerning. No, beyond concerning. Why would someone do something like that? It was wasteful, not at all what Solomon had been doing. Those singularities had the purpose of disrupting history. Those were the end goals. The damage to history in this case was nothing more than bait to lure Chaldea there. The whole purpose had been to watch the director and put her through her paces. Olga Marie Animosphere. She was different yet similar to the girl he knew. So many individuals of varying dangers and the girl was still standing strong. Perhaps she might have been hard on herself, but he was looking through what he had been given and complied it all. King Solomon, the king of mages. Seath, the dragon who invented magic in the other world. Gwyn, one of the first gods and the one who ruled as their king, in the other world. The Lord Father, an enigmatic figure who had yet to reveal themselves or their intentions. Worked through mediums thus far. They might have made an attempt during the Orleans singularity and slain the original holder of the Lord Vessel, but he did not know. And then there was Aldea, the assumed identity of the caster that had visited Fujimaru. Someone who could travel between timelines. The very thought that there was a caster who could wield the second magic was a terrifying prospect. It was headache-inducing. So many individuals, all vying for their own objectives that may or may not collide with one another. A best-case scenario would have been if Chaldea could somehow exploit the gaps between them, turn them against one another and weaken them enough to take advantage of the chaos and defeat them. But that was exceedingly hopeful. His brow twitched, his hand came up and rubbed at it, flicking away beads of sweat that had started to drip down it. He was working too hard, but couldn't afford not to. There were so many questions that needed answers, but there wasn't enough information. A sigh slipped from between his lips, he sharply stood up and turned from the whiteboard in front of him. Twisting on his heels and then pacing towards the door and out of the room. His fingers dipped into his pocket and rummaged around, pulling out his lighter and bringing a cigar into existence. Placing it against his lips and then holding the lighter up, flicking it on and igniting the tip of it. Pulling his hand away just as quickly and taking in a quick puff of air. The relief came quickly, the clarity of mind he had been after. A comfort, after staring at a board for so long. He pulled the cigar out and exhaled, thin clouds of smoke drifted from his face and into the hallway. He turned at the sound of approaching thuds, the distinct noise of heavy footsteps against the floor. Analyzed in his mind and an identity came to him. Ash. Just as he calculated, the blonde Avenger rounded the corner a moment later and stopped only briefly when they caught sight of him. Neither of them said a thing, then the blonde continued forwards with only a nod of the head as a form of acknowledgement. One moment. Ash stopped and turned on him, face blank. El Meloy too lowered his cigar and frowned. Have you given further thought to my question? My answer remains the same. Ash responded to him. None of the Arlinos I know of in my mind match the description or the personality of the one described by Olga. Nor am I aware of how he could have come into the possession of a coiled blade. As I said, they were not blessed with power in that sense. He expected that answer, but it made it no less exhausting to receive. A sigh escaped him. He reached up with his free hand and rubbed at his brow. He was aware of the sensation of being watched. Lowering his hand and realizing that Ash was still looking at him, but with an expression that spoke of a desire to ask something but not sure where to start. A face he had seen a great many times before. So he waited. You are a pseudo-servant. El Meloy too hummed and nodded. I am. Ash rolled his jaw. How are you different from a demi-servant? He froze. That was not a question he had been expecting, and it was quite a trial to keep the deep-seated frown all the way in his gut from bubbling right the way to the surface. It was a question that, at first, seemed rather innocent. Yet the answer to it was decidedly less so. He was aware of the nature of the person in front of him. And he knew of what transpired in London. Geared towards psychological attacks or not, his mental state was very fragile. Why do you ask? I have pondered it for some time. Ash replied, then inclined his head. Mash fits the criteria of pseudo-servant. A human making use of the powers of a servant, just as yourself. Just as the numerous others that Chaldea has encountered, or contracted. Yet she is afforded a different title. Why? He could answer it innocuously. She's alive in this era, a person from this time. El Meloy too gestured to himself. I am not from this era, or not this specific date. I am not an original inhabitant of this world, just like yourself. That is the primary difference between a demi-servant and a pseudo-servant. He should have said. Ash looked mollified with the answer, but narrowed his eyes after a moment. What more? El Meloy too nearly sighed. Because of course they were perceptive like that. From your tone of voice, you seem to have already determined that the answer I could give you would be far from ideal. She was supposed to receive the powers of a heroic spirit but did not until a certain time. Ash replied, likely paraphrasing from another conversation. Supposed to receive, but did not. That is what I have heard, yes. El Meloy too nodded his head. It was not until the betrayal of Lev that the previously summoned servant saw fit to allow Mash to access their abilities. Clearly he deemed the time right for her to do so, but I can only make assumptions as to why that was. Ash grunted. I know that. Of course he did, he thought to himself. He already knew what sort of answer that Ash was looking for, but saying it aloud would breed contempt within the servant, and that was precisely the sort of thing that Chaldea was supposed to avoid. Yet it was clear the Avenger was coming to some manner of conclusion about what happened. A pseudo-servant is aware of the circumstances of their summoning. He relented. A demi-servant has no idea until they are summoned. That is to say, whomever was summoned into Mash had no idea what was transpiring until they were within her body. That would wrangle the pride of a great many heroic spirits. Ash paused, then straightened. They were trying to make use of a servant's power. That is most likely what they were attempting, yes. El Meloy agreed with a slow nod of the head. Though they clearly underestimated the resolve of a servant, who rejected the idea of their powers being used. Clearly it was only when the situation became dire enough that they actually decided to act without stealing autonomy from Mash. He had not told a lie. But he had not given the whole truth either, he could only speculate after all. And as personally disgusted as he was with the very notion of a demi-servant, it was the project of a dead man. Dragging it up now and before the eyes of Olga Marie, who if she was anything like the girl he knew, would have been horrified of it, would achieve nothing more than unearthing old wounds. Why? Who can say? He shrugged in response. Maybe they wanted to see if it could be done, maybe they wanted power, or perhaps they just got bored one afternoon. Servants are exceedingly powerful familiars, you can see what a pseudo-servant can do, but the conditions of those are very limited. Is it any wonder that someone would want to be able to make those whenever they wanted without the use of a Holy Grail or a Grail war? Ash grimaced, but said nothing. Perceptive enough to understand what he was saying. Then he gave a slow nod of the head, but El Meloy too saw more than the average man. You still don't approve. No. Good. And that was without further detail. He was afraid how Ash would have reacted if he had more than the basic explanation. Yet even still, there was something in the eyes of Ash that told him this was not going to be the end of the questions. Ash thought of the explanation of El Meloy. It made sense, in a disturbing and cold manner. Of course humans would have tried to inherit the souls of great warriors to make use of, it was not a practice he was unfamiliar with. Though the distaste of trying to vie for power was one that did not truly stick with him. Not as great as the other one, the one that was decidedly more ominous. And that required the attention of someone that had known Mash the longest. His pace had brought him all the way to the command room, entering rather swiftly and turning his eyes over the entire room. The air changed the moment the people became aware of who exactly had just walked in. It felt heavier, a true sense of worry crept into the faces of the many humans who turned and stared back at him. For a moment, not one of them moved. Ash ignored them for the most part, his eyes turned to the one human in particular that he had business with. Roman. He called out to the man, then turned side on and raised his hand, pointing towards the door he had walked through. I would speak with you in private. The doctor looked back at him with a rather puzzled expression, not quite visibly aware of what was happening. Then he slowly raised a brow, but did rise up from the chair. Perhaps he would have made it a bit further had another voice not called out, drawing the attention of both Ash and the doctor. Why do you need him? A gruff and demanding tone, yet there was a note of unease in the words. An underlying sense of worry behind the confidence. Ash turned his gaze and looked down at the man from across the room. Maxwell, he knew the name as. Married with children, he had heard further. His arm lowered back to his side, meeting the gaze of the man and looking at him without blinking for a length of time that was approaching uncomfortable. I need to ask him a question, then he will return. Maxwell, it's fine. Why can't you ask him here? Another voice, Carrie this time, cut Romani short before he could answer the man. The doctor turned on her with a strained look, lips rolled inwards. The girl continued onwards. It can't be that bad. Ash straightened. Because I would ask him in private. But why? It's fine. Romani blurted out, shooting to his feet and moving across the room with a rapid pace. Approaching Ash and moving past him towards the door, pausing just long enough to turn around and face the room. I'll answer Ash's question and then be back in here in no time. That's it, right? He realized the doctor was speaking to him, he answered without words. Making an affirming grunt with the back of his throat, but not taking his eyes off the room. They watched him now, more uneasy than before. Perhaps London was not so easily forgotten. He was fine with that. It was earned. Tearing his eyes from the room, he felt their stares on the back of his neck as he walked out with Romani, the door closing behind them the moment they stepped into the corridor. He could imagine them, as one, rising from their seats and rushing across the room to place their ears to the door just to try and catch a hint of the conversation. Romani stood in front of him, exhaling and shaking his head from side to side. There was a nervous twitch about the man, but Ash was sure it was not a result of anything he had done. The doctor raised his hands and pressed them on the back of his neck, groaning lowly as he rubbed them back and forth. We might want to be quick. If we're gone for long then they're probably going to send someone out to find me. They don't trust me, Ash announced. Romani winced, but did not deny it. They're just cautious. They're entitled to it, Ash stated, then frowned. I am not here for that. A slow nod of the head, the doctor lowered his hands. I figured that was the case, so what do you need to talk about? Mash. The reaction was immediate. Romani's expression went from nervous to blank in the span of a single second, his arms dropped down right to his sides and, for a split second, it looked as though the doctor got a little taller. Something about his posture changed, without a physical difference in the man. Why? Ash noted the reaction, then continued on. She was supposed to house a servant. Romani's expression tightened and he nodded his head. She was, yes. But the servant did not fully manifest before the incident following Lev's sabotage. There was an attempt made, that was when the link was formed, but the servant remained dormant after it. Was she made to house the servant? The expression of Romani remained eerily blank, it was one that he was not used to seeing on the face of the usually nervous man. He would have expected some manner of reaction at the words, yet he was greeted with stone silence. He wondered if Romani would ever answer his question. But that internal musing soon received an answer. Why do you ask that? Ash straightened. She's like Gawain. That time, Romani did flinch. It was a small thing, perhaps the doctor was not even aware that he had done it in the first place, but he had done it all the same. But for Ash, it might as well have been a bellowing confirmation of what he had done. A numbness swept through his body, he was unsure what expression he was making, but it must have been fearsome. Romani's face turned translucent, a distinct paleness about it with sudden alertness in his eyes. Evidently he had become aware of his slip and the subsequent reaction from Ash. His tongue darted out, wetting his upper lip, then retreated back and the doctor shifted, briefly stammering for a reply. It isn't. It isn't what? Ash was surprised by how empty his voice was. He searched for an emotion, any emotion, but found that none quite fit exactly what he was feeling at this moment. It was Marisberry's idea. Romani exhaled after a moment, glancing left and right, searching to see if anyone else was nearby. For a moment, Ash thought it was because he would have run for them for help, but instead the doctor stepped closer to him. His voice dropped low, a whisper that just about reached Ash's ears. I did not arrive until after, same with Da Vinci. So they were not present for it. That was palatable. Only just. Mash was. Romani glanced down at his hands, his gloved fingers kneading one another as his breath came out in regular intervals. A calming nature, his tone changed into something colder. More clinical. I can give you the basic details, but it stays between us. You cannot tell Fujimaru about this. Ash narrowed his eyes. You expect me to. It's Mash's choice. That got him to stop speaking. Romani met his gaze. She doesn't want him to know. Fine. Ash snapped back, surprised by the sudden shift in own tone. The coldness was giving way to something hot. An unsettling burning in the back of his throat, where his words were coming from. What happened? The experiment was designed to see if it could be achieved. Romani began slowly. I can barely explain the science behind it, but it is as bad as you're expecting it to be. Quite frankly, Leona was disgusted enough that she very nearly cut her contract with Chaldea on principle the very second she found out. With a sigh, Romani shook his head. Her relationship with the old director, she didn't like him. Respected Chaldea's as an existence, but everything related to the demi-servant project it was a black mark and she never tolerated line of sight with the man because of that. Ash nodded. The whole idea of a demi-servant is that it is the vessel in control and not the servant, so. Ash twisted his expression. So they were kept easily moldable by design. Without a personality beyond the desire to do as they were commanded. Romani said nothing, but he did not need to. The doctor only nodded his head up and down. And you? He exhaled. I was assigned to MASH after I arrived, before then I had no idea what was going on in Chaldea. I don't know for certain what transpired, but I can say for certain that the heroic spirit did not agree with what MASH was and then rejected Chaldea. Going dormant until recently, I watched over the health of MASH in the aftermath and. Ash straightened, he looked at the doctor with some fresh understanding. There was no denying that MASH was almost as bad as Gawain, but if that was her current state, then he could only imagine what she had been like before. You educated her. Romani mustered up a tired smile. I'll say that Da Vinci did most of the work on that front. I did what little that I could manage for her, bits and pieces to make her aware of what the world was like, but she couldn't really leave Chaldea's, so I had to bring in pieces for her. Da Vinci did a lot more, like I said. But Romani did something. At the same time, however. It felt Ash conflicted with the realization. Appeased slightly that they showed some disgust with the treatment of MASH, but all the same, it had transpired in the first place and of this facility, he could not believe it had been this Marisberry alone that knew of it. He paused, then slowly straightened. Did Olga? No. Romani answered before he could even finish. The doctor looked him deep in the eyes and held a firmness in his tone that allowed for no other answer. The director had no idea about MASH, not until she took on the role, and even then, it had been kept secret enough that she was not immediately made aware of it. When she found out she was. He trailed off, for a moment, eyes closed. The director did not approve, does not approve. That was a relief. He drew in a short breath and released it. I see. Approve, disapprove. Right, wrong. Words and nothing more. Did he believe they looked down on such processes? Yes, he did. But their disapproval clearly had its limits. For all the disgust, they still made use of them. Mash and himself both, regardless of their circumstances. Yet they had both offered their help because they knew no better. They knew no differently to what they were supposed to do. Ash felt something lodge itself in his neck. He turned and walked. He walked away from Romani and the command center and further down the halls. He did not stop walking. If the doctor tried to call out to him, Ash did not hear. He just kept walking. Where he was going, he didn't know and he couldn't say. But he just walked. Romani was worried for Ash. Or about Ash, one of the two. Perhaps both. He knew the similarities and it was only a matter of time until they had been spotted, but he feared for what the outcome was. Perhaps this was one of the better ones out there, but that made it no less anxious for him. Being told it was bad was just pointing out the obvious for him. His return to the command center after Ash let him go was relatively peaceful, but he wasn't so oblivious that he failed to notice the stares that locked onto him the second he moved into the room. The way the eyes of the Rayshift crew lingered, searching him up and down for any sign of ill treatment. Romani could understand why they would be nervous. But it did not make him feel more comfortable about them. Sighing to himself, he lowered himself down into the seat and dragged it forwards, returning to the regular routine of staring at the computers and waiting for something to pop up and alert them of trouble. A tense but tedious job. It was great. I imagine the talk went well. Romani froze up on the spot at the voice that breathed into his ear. It took everything in his willpower not to violently leap away from it and shout out in terror. Perhaps he would have done that, if it didn't feel like his breath had gotten caught in his throat. Eyes wide, his neck swiveled like a poorly oiled crank and he turned to his right. Dark cloth and raised hood, Velka leaned against the desk with her fingers drumming along the metal. The black nails tapped up and down with a low pattern which was now impossible to not pay attention to. The goddess looked down at him with those golden eyes, a smile on those obsidian lips. You needn't look so tense there, young man. I'm just making sure that my grandson didn't treat you too roughly. I know how fragile humans can be, after all. He rolled his jaw, finding the strength to say something. Can I help you? Velka angled her head. How odd, usually it is the other way around, but I just stopped by after seeing where he was off to. She did not answer his question in the least. He steadied his heart as best he could, pulling his arms down to his side and keeping direct line of sight with the goddess. We're busy here, so if you have a concern. So what are you going to do about his worries? Excuse me. Gawain, Ash, whichever name he feels comfortable using. Velka continued on in an almost flippant tone. He caught a brow being raised under her hood as she peered down at him, golden orbs searching his every feature. It sent a shudder across his skin when she looked at him like that. He knows now that his mother is nothing special now. But that's just proof of more problem. How will you convince him that it's not going to be repeated? Romani wasn't even sure he could convince Ash. Mash wasn't the first attempt at a demi-servant, it was just that she was the only success of it. Shouldn't you be worried about him? He spoke back, keeping his voice low. Given what you did to him. Velka blinked and hummed. Well, you are not wrong. Though these two things are linked. Yet, I have no complaints with your treatment of the girl. The sin is acknowledged and you are doing your best to make amends, but you should not hold yourself so accountable for her existence. She straightened up, stepping away from the desk and looming over him. It is not your sin to bear. Yes it is, was all he could say to that, turning his chair and looking back at the screen. I swore to do no harm as a doctor. Every second Mash is out there, I fail. I failed the second the servant within her bestowed her power. All I can do now is try and repair the damage that I've done, or make it less agonizing. Silence reigned between them. He thought she might have something else to say. Romani stiffened when he felt a hand lower itself onto his shoulder, but it was only a chaste touch at best, there was little pressure behind it. Velka leaned down, he felt her voice against his skin as it dropped to a whisper. You might be guilty of many sins, but that girl is not one of them. Take responsibility for her if you must, but do not hold out your neck for the judge to swing upon. Romani twitched and turned away. And when asked how we're better than what happened to Ash, what do I say? You're not. Velka bluntly remarked. He turned and looked up at her. We're all living. We're all conscious of our own choices and we make them all the same. The sin falls to the one responsible, not the race they are born into. An individual, no matter how powerful, is not a race unto themselves. Shrugging, she turned her head. He'll come around to understand that in time. This is just a lesson for him, let it simmer. Then he will come around to speak again, or he will act. Let the boy take responsibility for that one, I believe that you have your own worries. She just vanished in the next moment. Romani blinked and stared at the empty space. MMMMH. Hey, our man, did you say something? Carrie called across the room. Romani hesitated for a moment, then called back. Just speaking to myself. All right. Don't go crazy on us though. He snorted. I'll try. Just when he thought it couldn't get stranger, he heard the door to the command room open behind him. Doctor. He blinked, then turned his head. Mash was here. Speak of the devil, apparently. He spun in his chair and smiled at the young girl. Hey, Mash, was there something that you needed? It took him a moment to actually look at her and then he felt slightly puzzled by her actions. Her face was stiff, like someone had glued it in place. With wide eyes and a wooden smile, she marched forwards with long steps. In her hands was held a mug of something, it steamed so it was a hot drink of some sort. I came here to give something to you. Romani furrowed his brows. Why are you talking like that? Like what? Mash quickly shot back, lone eye boring into him with a wild intensity. I am always talking like this. There is nothing the matter with me. Are you just imagining things again, doctor? Movement in the doorframe, it hadn't quite closed yet. He angled his head and glanced just over Mash's shoulder towards it, and spotted someone leaning down through it. He squinted at the individual and found himself looking towards one of the newest additions to Chaldea. Quelaag, who was making a face like she had sucked on a lemon, her right hand moved up to pinch her brows. Romani looked back at Mash and stared at her, his eyes drawn to the rather large bead of sweat currently sailing down the side of her face. She was still looking at him with some eerie unblinking gaze. Gee, guess I was, he chuckled, though even his laughter was starting to match the tone of the girl. Fragile and fake. I thought about how much you were working. Mash rattled off, looking down at the mug and then extending it towards him. So I got you this nice hot chocolate. I hope you will enjoy it. She did something to the hot chocolate. She definitely did something to the hot chocolate. Romani sought out Quelaag once again. The woman had some dead-eyed expression as she watched what had to be some sort of verbal trainwreck unfurl. Romani looked between the two of them for a couple of seconds before he leaned back and reached out towards the mug. Wow. Thank you, Mash. I really appreciate that. And now Quelaag looked like she wanted to slap him. What? He was trying to humor Mash in what might have been some sort of prank. Taking the mug, he stared down at the contents, the brown liquid, then he took a short sip of it. Mash. Why yes, doctor. This is just coffee. Gee, got you. Yeah. Romani slumped, feeling his lip quiver as he tried to fight back the laughter that was forming in his gut. He turned his chair around and closed his eyes. Tears built up in the corner of them. Why you got me. When he opened his eyes, the others in the room were looking at him with naked amusement. Maxwell seemed to be the most amused, arms folded and a faint smile on his lips. I'm sorry, Quelaag-san. Mash blurted out behind him, he heard her hurrying towards the door. I couldn't do it. I thought about putting salt in the hot chocolate but that sounded really mean. Never mind. Quelaag exhaled. Romani was really trying not to wheeze. Come on. I'm going to replace the books in Gwendolyn's room with smut. Carrie burst out laughing. Romani allowed himself a brief chuckle, then he stopped and furrowed his brows. Wait, didn't that mean that Mash would be helping here with that? His face blanked. He slammed the mug down and tore out of his seat. You're not taking Mash to do. Romani stopped as he realized the two of them were still in the doorway, though now the spider woman looked far more smug than before, arms folded and wearing a lopsided smirk. See, she rumbled with a hidden laugh. That is how it's done. Mash just made a small noise. Oh. Wow, I nearly believed you myself. Oh, I was being serious. Quelaag bluntly remarked, then leaned back and disappeared from view, though her voice still carried. But I just wanted to say it here to see that guy panic. It was worth it. Mash blinked again, then her cheeks lit up bright red. Wait, Quelaag-san. I don't think I should be there for that. Romani charged and rounded the corner. She definitely shouldn't. Quelaag just shouted back at them. You can come too then. No. Anne saw a little debate and figured I would answer. As far as Ash's power ranking goes, at current he is equal in general strength to a divine spirit. That being said, he can still die. His resurrection only works if his spirit core remains intact. You break that, then he's dead. Dead. Anything else, like cutting him in half or splitting him down the middle or removing his head. It won't work unless you actually break his spirit core. As far as being overpowered goes, he's a bit tough for part 1, yeah. But at the same time, part 1 from here on out is experiencing some changes. So it all balances out. Just thought I'd let people know that while Ash is strong, he is still capable of dying in the upcoming fights. To forge bonds. Few times did Ritsuka really feel as though he had some free moments where he could just go and do his own thing. It wasn't anything against anyone else. He understood there was a lot of work to be done around Chaldea and he was one of the more vital people for it. Yet all the same, it still felt as though he was just being pulled in too many places without enough time to settle. Which bothered him a little because he wasn't getting very many chances to actually sit down and speak with the servants that were actually being summoned or had already been summoned. It was something he was hoping to correct. His fingers rapped against the door for a moment. He waited until he heard the call from inside before he pressed his hand on the button and stepped into the room. Already he could feel the slight change in heat, this room being far more humid than others, but it wasn't that big of a surprise. Sweeping his eyes across the room, they quickly landed on the tall bearded man as he turned towards Ritsuka and inclined a brow. Hey! Raising a hand, he stepped towards the taller man in greeting and pulled a small smile onto his lips. Sorry if this seems a little abrupt, but we haven't really had the chance to properly introduce ourselves to one another since everything sort of kicked off, and it did bother me a little, so I was just coming to say hello. Torin watched him for a moment, then nodded his head. You need not explain to me. I know well the duties that come with being a chief, and the times you are pulled far from your allies even if you wish to spend your hours with them. It is a burden that all those in leadership face when the time calls. Ritsuka blinked and then nodded his head, glancing towards what Torin had been gazing at before turning his eyes to the servant once more. I heard that you came around the old botany department sometimes, but I heard that it didn't have all that much power left. Which didn't quite explain why the room was like this. Torin gave an understanding hum. I am a caster, I merely expanded a claim to this patch of land and took it upon myself to act as caretaker for the greenery here. Most exotic compared to what I am used to, I shall freely admit. You were part of a forest tribe, right? He hoped that didn't come off as insensitive. I was, yes. Thankfully the caster didn't take offense to his words, stepping towards what appeared to be a small tree with some brightly colored petals flowering from the ends of its branches. In his opinion, it looked a little bit like a bonsai tree, but he couldn't quite be sure. Torin leaned forwards, resting his hands against the table and humming. It was our people who served as caretakers of the forest and guardians of the spirit tree, living in union with the natural world around us. A simple but rewarding life, though I have no forest, I felt as though my duties remained as such. Leaving these plants to wilt and perish was not something that I could allow once I learned of their plight. Ritska smiled and nodded his head. No, I get it. Thanks for stepping up and helping. It would probably be a shame if all the plants here up and died because we couldn't take care of them, and you're probably a lot more qualified than me for that sort of thing anyway. Do you think so? Torin hummed, a flicker of amusement before he grunted. In truth, I am doing only as much as my gifted powers can allow me to do. I could raise trees from the earth well enough, forage for berries and mushrooms for remedies or cures, but the likes of these plants are quite beyond me. The forests were not as bountiful, as I said. Ritska shrugged. I once somehow managed to kill a cactus. He got a blank stare. It's a plant that's supposed to manage to survive in a desert and I somehow ended up killing it. Pulling his lips inwards, he grimaced at the reminder of it and frowned. He hadn't gotten a potted plant since that time because he'd been a bit bad at taking care of it. Not like I meant to go and do it, mind you, but, yeah. Stepping further into the room, he waved a hand towards some of the hanging baskets that had some sort of vines. If I was put in control of this, it probably wouldn't turn out so great. Torin shook his head. Not all are born with the talent for growth. It, like the harvest it spawns, must be cultivated. Some are admittedly more skilled than others, but none can claim to understand all the workings of the world with a mere glance, though that might not be true of the spirits, but they are another matter entirely. Ritska inclined his head at the mention of them. Spirit tree, I did meet one of those guys, or something like that. That earned him the attention of the caster almost immediately. The brows of the older man shot up and he stepped away from the table he had been leaning over. You met with one of the great woodland spirits. A blessed encounter indeed. Ah, yes. I believe some mentioned an encounter with a fairy. Ritska could guess they didn't call them that. Yeah, that's what some of them are called around here. Like Sullivan and Kella would be called Phi, though apparently the difference between the two of those guys is like the difference between a demigod and an actual god. An apt comparison, I suppose. Torin admitted with a shrug, his posture loosening. As I understand it, that man is merely a half-spirit. Child of man and nature, whereas the other would be a spirit that has taken on the form of man. It would explain the greater mercy of one over the other as well. The nature of man corrupted Sullivan from his otherwise peaceful nature. Ritska raised a brow. Peaceful, I guess Kella was pretty neutral but. That is, Torin made a face for a moment and sighed. The spirits do not often involve themselves in the world of men, but they lack a malicious nature about them. Those who do intervene do not do so on the side of cruelty or injustice, but that is not to say they cannot be corrupted with such. The nature of man is one that can spread and poison. Seems a little harsh. For the spirits who can see the truth behind every sentence, to be surrounded by those who lie to themselves, to be one who can lie, it is a wicked thing. Came the explanation, a wave of the hand from Torin. Not that it banishes all guilt from Sullivan for his ways, but those who belong to neither camp can find home in none. He is what he is from his own choices, but his choices were not easily made. That sounded, he supposed it sounded fair and balanced. So what about the tree spirit that you guys worked under, or worshipped? Torin frowned, though not at him. It was not what you would call worship, not like that which is bestowed upon the gods. We made offerings to the tree spirit as one would have made offerings to a friend or ally for a bountiful harvest. The tree took us under its branches and we treated it with the respect it deserved. He felt like he was sort of getting a picture now. Leaning to the side and resting himself against one of the nearby benches for support, Ritska folded his arms and nodded his head up and down. So, a bit like a parent and a child. Where like a kid gives their parent a drawing they did at school, or, wait, that sounds. Torin cut him off with a light snort, a flicker of amusement as the man shook his head from side to side. Nothing quite so juvenile, but you are much less insulting about it than others have been in the past. It was not akin to a parent, the tree did not grant us wisdom nor did it teach us the ways of the world, but the presence it bestowed upon us was enough. We were provided sanctuary and through that, we found the path to building our commune. It was a peaceful life. He brought his hand up and pointed to himself. In that grove, we found our place in the world. We took only what we needed and gave back as we needed. All contributed to the care of the forest, and the forest cared for us as well. It was a celebration of the cycle of life and our part within it. Nothing more. Ritska slowly nodded his head up and down. It does sound like it would be a lot simpler than most other things. Did you ever think about what it would be like to live somewhere else? Torin remained silent for a while. He turned away and ran a large hand through his beard. I gave little thought to the outside world. Our grove was our home, and then were never cause for abandonment. Rather, it would be impossible for us to move on. I should think our life was in dedication to that forest and that peace. We understood just how important we were, just as all other life was important. He pulled his hand away and raised a finger. We were part of that balance in the world. To remove even a single thing, even the smallest of bugs, would throw that balance into chaos. Perhaps some could have left if they so wished, but for the good of the forest, we remained there for generations. That sounded like a long time. Ritska hummed and wet his lips. So what was it like there? I mean, you lived in balance, but what did you do when you weren't hunting or gathering or pruning? He inquired, feeling much more curious about all of this now. Like, what did you guys do for fun? Torin chuckled. Ever the rush of youth, so eager to leap into the excitement that you cannot stop and wait, but we did have tasks we did for enjoyment. Or perhaps it was a case of we enjoyed what came naturally. The old man turned. There would come a day when a boy would reach the right age and he would go into the forest to hunt game and become a man. He would cement himself as a protector of the forest and a true guardian of the land. It showed that he would take his duties seriously. What about the women? Healers for the most part. Came the swift explanation, then he shrugged. Some would care for the children, sometimes they would take on the role of the hunters and gatherers. We were not so rigid in what they decided to become. Those best suited for it would become the hunters, whereas those of weaker health would aid the forest in less direct ways. Planting or pruning, that made a bit of sense. He paused as he recalled something of the earlier conversation. Didn't you say you knew how to make remedies? Were you a healer? For a time, yes. Torin admitted. I studied the art under the care of Elder Elka. She was one of the greatest healers of her generation and saw no harm in letting me study under her. I was hardly the only one who opted to learn the ways of healing and hunting. Many did the same as I. Ritska snapped his fingers as the earlier words came back. Right, not so rigid. Exactly. Torin nodded. Many could learn more than one art, but it was merely that it was simpler to become a master of one rather than an amateur of two. Trees do not grow apples and pears on the same branch, after all. I learned my fair share from all the elders across the camp and was met with better success in some rather than others. In the end, it was my words which seemed the greatest to cultivate. He could imagine that being the case. Sounds like a lot of hard work, to be honest. Hardly easy, but survival never is. Torin remarked with a shrug of the shoulders, indicating just how little he thought of it. There is no wolf that grows fat from the efforts of others. For the pack to survive, all must work together. I lended my aid and expertise where I could to those who struggled. They surpassed my skill in time, but that was not something that concerned me. Because you could see all the good they were going to do with those skills. Torin smiled and nodded. You learn swiftly. That is indeed what brought me comfort as I watched them excel. That sounded rather pleasant to him. How hard was it to learn how to make remedies? A raised brow from the man. That depended on the fortitude of the student. Some found it more challenging than others, but so long as they persevered, they would come to understand the value of the craft in time and see results. Though there was little shame in those who tried and failed. A forlorn look. Sometimes, even our best is not quite enough. Ritska wet his lips before he stepped forwards. Do you think I could learn that sort of thing? That seemingly shook the man from his gaze, turning his eyes back to Ritska and widening slightly. You wish to attempt the art of healing. I assumed that with your blessed clothes, such a thing would be trivial. The healing of the mystic code did make it seem trivial, but that being said. Well, that only works as a magic thing, right? And really, it's about the only sort of thing I'd be able to use in Chaldea. But if the mystic code got damaged or I was wearing a different one without its effects, it just seems a bit sensible to have something else that I can do. Even if it could be accomplished by those skilled in the healing arts with a mere wave of the hand. There was nothing judgmental about the tone of Torin, it was merely curious. You understand that even at your height, you would never be considered an equal to those who summon the ancient miracles. Or those of the dedicated craft of healers. My cures are not magical remedies, they are born of the natural world. They are not rooted in some mystic ailment. He nodded his head up and down. I get that, but all the same, it feels like it would be something worth knowing and not needing, than to need it and not know it. If that makes sense to you. Suppose I'm out on a trip when I'm no longer in Chaldea and scrape my knee and want to avoid getting infected. The caster remained silent after his words, then glanced back to the room for a moment, as if scanning the contents. A response came a moment later. These plants would be worthless to such a cause. If you are in the art of natural cures, then we shall need to find those that can be cultivated in your own world. Nothing more and nothing less shall be acceptable. Torin stepped forwards, then raised a single finger. That shall be your trial to determine whether you take this matter seriously. Forage your tomes for those that speak of the flowers and plants for healing. If you can find those that can be discovered in your own home, then we shall see if you can learn the simple cures of nature. Ritska nodded his head, then stepped away from the table and smiled at the caster. I'll get on that then, thanks in advance though. I'll try not to let you down. Torin shook his head. This is not a case of whether you disappoint me or not. I am content either way. Some have better success than others, that is all there is to it. It is me who should pass along those warnings to you. If you find you cannot understand or come to terms with what I ask, there is no shame in turning your head. For all the time a bear spends in the water hunting fish, it cannot follow them into the ocean, no matter how much it swims. You really like those types of analogies, don't you? The man didn't even so much as blink. Ritska chuckled and turned away. I'll leave you to the plants then, but I will see if there is anything that we can do to bring down here. That is, if you're all right with helping to keep them alive for the time being. I have offered my services as a caretaker of nature. Torin replied with a chuckle and a shake of the head. If you did not make use of those skills, then it would be nothing more than having me sharpen my axe. Carry the message to your chieftain that for the time being, your greenery is in good hands. It will allow me to contribute in a way that I know to be fruitful. As long as you're all right with it. Was what he replied with, making for the door and waving over one shoulder with his hand. The other messed with his collar as he could already feel the sweat starting to build on his forehead. It was something else being in that room, he had to say. Like a greenhouse. And Torin was still walking around in plate armor and furs. That guy was just built differently, or it was servant-related. From one sweltering heat to another. Though around here, he didn't feel all that bad about just walking around with his shirt on, the white overshirt tied around his waist as he ran his hand through the furred head of Sif. The wolf let out a low rumble that was rather pleased, indicating that they wanted him to keep doing what he was doing. Ritska was content with that. Sif was really soft. So how long have you been a blacksmith anyway? The hammering continued for a few moments, then paused for a brief time as the silver-haired man let out a thoughtful grunt, turning his head and regarding Ritska for a second or two before he shrugged and returned to his work. Longer than you've been breathin'. It was a curt answer, but it wasn't all that rude. Just a little bit blunt. Andre hammered away at the sword for another few moments before he placed it back into the forge and glanced in his direction for a bit. Never been much else, bein' honest. Ritska could have guessed that was the answer just from looking at him. Fair enough, is it only ever weapons you've made? Andre paused once more, then raised a brow. Made armor couple o' times. Ritska got the feeling that given Andre was one of the older people in Chaldea, a couple of times by his words was probably an awful lot. But he neglected to comment on that part, instead he waved a hand as if to dismiss the point entirely and specified himself. No, I mean have you ever done regular old blacksmith work? Like making nails or something? Brooches? That sort of thing? Andre chortled. Jewels and buildin' works. Done the latter few times, I reckon. Former. Not so much. Ain't got the hands for that sort of thing. Ritska hummed in response, then thought about it for a moment. Did you ever try, or were you just not all that fussed about it? Never thought about it before, was the swift response. Andre reached back into the forge and brought out the white-hot metal. Such was the heat that he could feel it radiate from the metal even from the distance away from the man. Laying it flat upon the anvil and bringing his hammer to bear as he slammed away at the glowing metal design. Looking to be a sword. Would you ever? Ritska shouted over the smith's blows. The man grunted and then shook his head in a negative. All right. Why do I ask? Turning, the white-haired man raised an inquisitive brow. Not looking for a wedding band, or why? Ritska made a strangled noise as he thought about that, shooting a quick look over his shoulder and then letting out an internal sigh when Kiyohime didn't spontaneously materialize over his shoulder. He turned back to the man and exhaled. Don't joke about that, besides, I'm only 17. I've never even had a girlfriend before. You never been friends with women. Andre looked rather perturbed. You one of them folks who? He let out a breath and cut the man short. No, not that sort of. Girlfriend is what you call someone you're dating. Girlfriend and boyfriend kind of thing. So you're not married but you're romantically involved with them. Ah, I see. With a sage nod, the smith went back to his work for a brief moment, then he paused and turned his eye. What, never had a girl catch your eye before, did ya? It wasn't like that. Ritska hastily shot back. There were some girls that I did get on well with but it wasn't like I thought they liked me back in that sort of way. We were friends and I was happy being their friend. I actually helped play wingman for one of them and got her a boyfriend. Matchmaker, were ya? Arrangin' marriages. The smith chuckled. Don't strike me as the sort for that type of thing. No, it wasn't like that either. I wasn't making a union between families for the sake of. He cut his explanation short when he noticed the look on the smith's face. The slight twitch of the lip and the fact they were focused completely on their work. Ritska dropped his shoulders and hung his head low. You're just messing with me, aren't you? Andre neither confirmed nor denied. So, y'are asking about making jewels. Different type of smith, like I said. Always had a better eye for swords than anything else. He was a bit relieved the conversation had changed. I guess. Silence, or rather, a lack of talking as opposed to a lack of noise, fell upon the forge as the pair of them did little. Ritska continued to pet the head of the sleeping wolf while Andre worked away at the sword he was making. Idly, Ritska glanced towards the already completed works which were resting upon the hastily constructed wooden racks. Rows of swords, spears and a few axes had already been constructed by the blacksmith. Scratching his chin, Ritska hummed to himself before he spoke up again. So how come you keep making weapons? Ritska turned back to the smith. I mean, the chances are that not many are going to end up using them. So are you doing it to make sure you don't get rusty? Rusty, Andre muttered, then brought a gloved hand to his scraggly beard and scratched at it. Just doin' what I've always been doin'. Got skills, might as well put 'em to use and hope that someone needs the right sword at the right time. Seen plenty of them powerful blades though, that little lass's blade. The one that's all dark and nasty. Excalibur. It was the only one he could think of. That's a sword worth makin'. My old teacher used to talk about his Forgan of Artoria's blade. Though it weren't all that different from the rest of the weapons he made. Always believed that it was the man that made the sword special, not the other way about. Just makin' blades and spears until they find their way into the right hands. Nothin' more to it than that. Ritska scratched the underside of his chin for a few moments. What if they didn't end up in the right hands? Andre shrugged. People are gonna kill one another. Maybe a sword omean makes it simpler, but that's life. Sounds a little cynical. Young brat. Andre chided him with a shake of the head. Just life, like I said. If you're determined to kill someone, they die. No ifs or buts about it. Bein' in arm's reach of a sword won't change that. I'm a smith. I make blades. Blades always been used to kill and someone is gonna be right and someone's gonna be wrong, not my place to say which is which. I just make the tools. His hand stopped moving through Sif's fur, he hummed in response and shrugged. Quote. Don't think I'll be able to see it that way. Don't think I'd really want to either, if I'm being honest with you. Makin' swords is an art where you know what you're in for. Andre pointed to him. Not for the faint of heart. Gotta accept you're makin' something that will kill. All ye can do is hope it won't be used wrong, but that's it. You're just the smith and why, just made the sword. Falls to whomever swung it to carry that burden. That turned a little more heavy than he was expecting. Quote. I'd probably stick to making jewels if I had the talent, to be honest. Andre barked a small laugh. Most would, if they could. But I am a smith, such is my purpose in life. That seems to be a running theme with people from your timeline. Ritska muttered to himself, always finding it came down to what a person's purpose of duty was in life. He could attribute it to both cultural differences and just the person at the end of the day. Really, it wasn't as though he was that bothered by what Andre was doing. Well, maybe he was more bothered at the apathy. Then again, if someone was worried about their creations being used for evil, then they'd probably never make anything. Like Andre said, it was less down to the creation and more down to the person behind it. Quote. So what's the weirdest weapon you've ever made? No sense in not asking. Ritska scratched the side of his head as he listened to the words of the writer. Then he sniffed and nodded once. Okay. Astolfo grinned, then pumped his fist. Yes. Jean watched the writer cheer, then sent Ritska a small look that was almost exasperated, but a little fond. She stepped away from the pink-haired servant and towards him, dropping her voice into a low whisper. You are not obligated to do this, you know. Ritska raised a brow at her and said nothing. You mean you don't want to give it a go? Quote. I didn't say that, was the slow reply of the saint. The tips of her lip twitched for a moment before she exhaled. I am merely suggesting that when he does get like this, it would be very difficult to stop him from getting carried away. I am just saying that this is likely the one chance you might get. He understood that she was just looking out for him, but all the same. Jean, he replied in a voice of utmost seriousness. This is something that cannot be denied. I have been called out and I must answer, regardless of the foe. A flat look. Quote. I do not believe the Grail translated over the importance of this specific duel to me, or if it did, I am afraid it was rather lost. That's all right, you can come along and join in. Though we'd probably need a few more people as well, all things considered. Make it a team event, probably a 3 versus 3 if that makes any sense. But I'm sure that there's bound to be people who would be willing to step up and lend a hand, and I can think of a good few already. Ritska could sense this was going to be a lot of fun. Why is he here? It was all he could ask as he pointed across the simulator towards the trio that came in, or rather the trio that had been visibly dragged in. Both slung under the arms of the person who carried them into the room. Chaucer didn't even so much as twitch at his question or give any indication she heard him in the least. Instead she just marched forward and in the direction of the group before she slowly lowered the sleeping Hanleth to the ground, who sort of just coiled up like a cat and resumed snoring. Ritska didn't even know what happened there. He was rather certain the goddess didn't even know she had been removed from her room, let alone what was going on. But that wasn't what concerned him at the moment. No, instead it was the rather desperate look that Romani was shooting him as he was bundled under the other arm of the servant. Chrysor had pointedly kept him under her arm and it was apparent that if she let him go, the doctor would have bolted. Which Ritska was perfectly understandable towards. Chrysor slowly turned her eyes. You were making a show of dominance. This is my pack. Ritska stared at her with pinched brows, then pointed to the doctor. Did you just abduct him from the infirmary? I literally just walked out of the room. Romani answered in a rather muted way. The quiet manner in which he spoke indicated that it had been a rather sudden thing that he still had yet to recover from. I just step outside and she's right behind me, what the heck? He frowned a bit deeper and looked at the saber. Go in. No. His face hardened a little at the saber. Chrysor, go and put him back now. The answer remained the same, judging by the face that the saber was currently showing him. Ritsuka opened his mouth to speak again. Fujimaru-kun, it's fine. The doctor hastily blurted out, shuffling in the arms of the saber and waving them from side to side. Drawing his eyes to the man as he sent out a rather nervous look. She didn't really treat me all that roughly, and wait, is this a bowling alley? Why are we in a bowling alley? Ritsuka maintained his eye contact with Chrysor as he responded to the doctor. Because we are going bowling. Apparently someone seems to have heard about it and decided that she would go and abduct someone for it. Romani craned his head up and stared at the saber. You kidnapped me for bowling. Admittedly, when said aloud, it sounded rather preposterous and very non-threatening. Yes, came the swift reply from Chrysor, holding up Hanlith ever so slightly. She would not have been enough. But I don't expect you to be all that useful, Archie. Romani didn't even respond to the insult. Ritsuka, however, caught onto something completely different and shot a look towards the man slung under the arms of the saber. His brows climbed up his forehead as he parroted the words aloud. Archie. With a scoff, the purple-haired woman replied. His name is too long. So he is now Archie. Fair enough. Roman. I mean, if it's a bowling game Romani muttered to himself, no longer looking as though he was actually paying attention to what was happening. At the very least, he was clearly in no immediate danger and seemed to be contemplating actually sticking around. Chrysor glanced down at the doctor for a moment or two, visibly debating the point that Ritsuka had made. Then she just shrugged her shoulders and looked back up. I was going to do most of the work anyway. Hanlith isn't that useful. They are just padding for my strength, nothing more. Why Roman? She just blinked, then gave a slow answer. I tolerate him. Ritsuka supposed that was the closest she was going to say that she liked him. He glanced down at the doctor. We're doing competitive bowling, by the way. Romani blinked, then made a face of understanding and relaxed. Oh, right. I figured it out, but she didn't really explain anything. She just grabbed me from behind and started running before I could do anything. Nodding to the doctor, he pointed towards the other group. Originally it was Astolfo's idea and it just sort of grew from that point, though you don't have to participate if you don't want to. Romani remained silent, then he just slumped. I get the feeling Leo would give me hell if I didn't do anything, though don't expect much from me. It took him a second to realize the doctor was speaking to Chrysor. I wasn't, came the swift but blunt reply. Ritsuka turned to his own group and stepped towards them, folding his arms and narrowing his eyes. All right guys, even if they have Romani in their team. Why do you say that like it's a handicap? That doesn't mean we can underestimate them. Neither Mash nor Ash said anything, just content to stare at him. Then Mash raised a hand. Senpai. I regret to report that I have never played bowling in my life. He snapped his fingers and pointed to her. Understandable. Try your best and everything will be fine. We're just in it for fun, nothing more. Ash's eyes lingered on him, then flickered past and nodded towards someone behind him. She doesn't look like she's in it for fun. Ritsuka followed the gaze of the Avenger and promptly felt his confidence shrivel and die. Arturia Alter was sizing him up like he was a slab of meat. Not at all helped by the berserker stood behind her who was just staring at the simulation of the bowling alley with a blank expression. The blonde dragon servant just scratched the side of his neck before he turned to the third and final teammate. That being Caster Cu. The blue-haired man just smirked at them in much the same way he would have done if he was about to start a fight. Ritsuka would know, given that was the same sort of look that his Lancer version would have given before doing the exact same thing. Ritsuka felt his smile blank out, then he turned to Ash and Mash. All right, new plan. We're going to try and survive. At the very least, we should be able to beat Astolfo's team. He pointed to the group in question, which consisted of the Paladin, Jean and Martha. He turned back to his teammates, then blinked and dropped his arm. He stared at the spot where Ash had been not even moments prior before he whipped his head left and right in a search for the Avenger. It was something that Mash noticed not even seconds later and picked up on his sudden panic. Woo ha 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 ha. Ritsuka stilled at the laughter, then whipped his head around and narrowed his eyes. Hey, that's my teammate. Wrong, master, shouted back Oda Nobunaga as she slung Ash behind her, standing in front of the bewildered-looking blonde and folding her arms, shooting him a challenging smirk. I believe what you mean to say is that he's my retainer. As such, there is no battlefield he enters where he is not by my side, provided that I am also present. Ritsuka just squinted and frowned. When did you even get here? And you only have one teammate if you include Ash. Oda Nobunaga just smirked and then snapped her fingers as if summoning something. Ritsuka once more felt his confidence dry up. Altera manifested beside the archer with a placid look on her face, then she turned and glanced at Ash. He looked back at her, the both of them wearing utterly blank expressions before looking away. Damn, right, he stepped back, then whispered to Mash. I got nothing for that. Didn't you give up too easily, senpai? She whispered back to him. Probably, but he didn't really mind who was on whose team. The problem was that he and Mash were a little outgunned. Nobunaga, Ash and Altera. Chrysor, Romani and Hanlith. Astolfo, Martha and Jean. Arturia Alter, Calamate and C.U. Castor. Then there was himself and Mash. Where were they going to find another person who could bowl things? Hello there. A chipper voice called out, the way Romani's face sort of soured told him all he needed to know. Ritsuka turned to the voice and grinned, waving his hand and beckoning the new arrival over. David, good of you to happen by. The green-haired archer raised a brow and gave a rather light smile as he approached. Is that so? I heard about some sort of commotion and something about someone being kidnapped and thought to see what all the fuss was about. Though if my arrival is what you desire, then who am I to stray from sheep in need of a shepherd? Ritsuka didn't pay that much attention to the analogy. Well, we do need some help. We need a third person to complete our bowling team and we're a man down. Are you interested? David blinked twice. Well, I can't say that is what I was expecting to be honest with you, but if that is the aid you need, then I shall certainly offer my skills as you require them. After all, I do have some skill in the art of throwing rocks at things, after all. Romani voiced out. Throwing rocks at living things, not stationary targets, and you're not supposed to throw a bowling ball in the first place. David merely waved a hand and chuckled. That is just semantics. The large ball leaves your hand and strikes a target, the difference isn't all that important at the end of the day. Ritsuka turned to Romani and smiled. See. The difference isn't all that important. Romani gaped at him, then exhaled. Fujimaru-kun, really? Don't encourage him. By the way, why does the simulator even have something like this? The doctor put on a thoughtful face for a second, then cupped his chin. Weirdly enough, it was in the list of programs which Krishtaria Wodime had designated necessary for Team A, though the only explanation I can come up with is if there was a mix-up. Because I really don't see why they would need a simulation of a bowling alley. He couldn't. Ritsuka could see the reason for one. They were sort of going through it right now. Just for fun. Martha was seriously dangerous at this sport. How many strikes in a row had she gotten now? Ritsuka leaned back into the chair and watched the purple-haired woman return to her own teammates, her face remarkably stoic even as Astolfo all but sang her praises. Though at the mention of the strength of her bowling arm and how she got so strong, Ritsuka did notice the saint twitch a little. Weird. But that was beside the point. He leaned towards his allies and dropped his voice into a whisper. Okay, team huddle. We're getting pasted out there. David raised a finger and then smiled wryly. Let us examine the silver lining. It is not just our team that is falling victim to the strength of the saints. But also the others as well. Or did you not see the way in which the charming girl with the white veil threw her bowling ball clean through the ceiling? Ritsuka glanced towards the round hole that was still there. No one had really addressed it and the simulator didn't seem to be all that damaged. Though he would have thought Ash would have been the one to do something like that. Ritska shook his head and turned to the archer once more. Yeah, but saying at least we're all getting beat up doesn't really inspire me with all that much confidence. Just saying. David smiled and shook his head. You misunderstand. As a professional underdog, I can say with absolute certainty that our moment is coming. It is only when we are at our lowest point that we can truly start to rise to the occasion. As they say, adversity brings out the best in people. Mash looked a touch puzzled. Who said that? Me, just now. David replied without a hint of shame. He smiled as he stood up, then moved towards their lane as he reached for the bowling ball. Trust me, master. I shall have this sorted out in a jiffy. Ritska wasn't sure why, but something about the unbroken confidence of David was inspiring. The man clasped the bowling ball and jogged forwards, then swung his arm forwards and loosened it. It got halfway down the lane before it veered off into the gutter. Ritska slapped a hand over his face. Senpai, I'm confused. Mash whispered to him. Isn't David-san supposed to be an archer? Shouldn't be skilled at aiming? I'm just going to assume being skilled with projectile weapons is optional for the archer class at this point, because apparently you can just throw something and qualify for it. He spied down the end to see how the others were doing. Excali Bull Morgan. The loud shout of Artoria Alter was accompanied by the clatter of pins and the crunch of wood. Ritska jolted in his seat and whipped his head to see what the noise was about. Then he felt his brows shoot up his forehead as he stared at the hole in the very end of the lane, and the splintered remains of the pins that littered it. There is no way that counts as a strike. Ritska couldn't help but comment. No way. Strike. The electronic voice above them shouted out. Ritska sputtered and glared at the intercom in betrayal. Ah, senpai. Dr. Romani is going again. Mash's arm pointed up and towards the doctor in question. He focused as the man jogged forwards and then loosened his own bowl with a bit of a clunky arm. It at least managed to hit the pins and take out half of them. The doctor looked rather pleased with himself as he walked back towards the starting position and waited for the bowling ball to return. Rolling back and forth on his heels and folding his arms. The moment it returned, he scooped it into his hands and then went back to the lane. Another short bowl. It veered into the gutter with a clang. Romani flinched and dropped his arm down, then slunk back to where he was originally sitting, throwing himself into the chair next to Hanlith, who was still somehow fast asleep, a small blanket thrown over her and showing no signs of actually waking up in the first place. The doctor looked up and met their eyes. Ritska waved to him and gave him a thumbs up. Romani returned a weak but genuine smile as he mirrored the gesture. He's doing all right, isn't he? Ritska turned to the voice. David slumped into the chair next to him and continued to smile as though he hadn't just missed his last two shots. Ritska raised a brow at him before he shrugged and turned back to glance at the direction of the doctor. Even as Mash moved around him and went for her turn. Yeah, though I'd hate to think he's just forcing himself. David, for some reason, found that funny. Ritska sent him an odd look. It's nothing to do with that. The archer waved his hand. Trust me, if he wanted to leave, he'd have already found some sort of excuse. I've met the type of people before and he's here right now because he wants to be, which probably doesn't have anything to do with my presence at all. There it was again. The weird thing between Romani and David. Ritska squinted. What is up with you two anyway? The look on David's face was odd, as though there was something he wanted to say but held himself back from saying. Instead he just gave Ritska a rather curious smile before he shrugged his shoulders. Who can say? But perhaps I am merely guiding another sheep as set out to me by the Lord, also I like him. He's quite a funny man, all things considered. Strike. Ritska and David snapped their heads towards Mash, who looked back at them with a rather frozen expression as if she couldn't quite believe what she had done. Then Ritska shot to his feet and pumped his fist. Yes, Mash. Get in there. He approached her, palm raised. High five. Mash looked a little bewildered then, rather awkwardly, she raised her hand and slapped her palm against his own. A faint little smile bubbled on her face as she did so. Excellent. Ritska glanced at David as the man gave a sage nod of the head. See, what did I tell you? As a professional underdog, I have an eye for these sorts of things. He stared at the archer for 10 full seconds in silence. Quote. Half of your shots ended up in the gutter, David. The man grinned back. I never claimed that I would be the one to lead us to victory. This is great, isn't it? Astolfo beamed as he looked around at his teammates. Judging by their own pleased expressions, they were also getting into the swing of things as well. Bringing up his hands, he clicked finger guns towards Martha. You especially, I mean, I had no idea you were that strong, so I'm seriously impressed. Like, I am convinced you could bench press me with no problems whatsoever, and, I'm not gonna lie, that both intimidates and, what was I saying again? Martha looked at him and then twitched her brow for a moment. Weird. Had he said something usual? Anyway, he turned towards Jean. You're doing great as well. Jean jerked and looked at him. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Astolfo furrowed his brows. Weird. She did that every time there was someone striking down pins. It was like she was suddenly enraptured by the loud crashing noises or something. Did she like the loud noises? That would have been odd. Oh well. Anyway, the real threat are definitely the guys over there. He pointed towards the direction of the threat, narrowing his eyes towards them and catching the attention of their leader. The corrupted version of King Arthur turned a cold eye towards them. He could feel the way her gaze focused on him alone. Suddenly pointing at her felt like a really bad idea. He quickly lowered his arm and averted his gaze from the king and leaned towards Jean, dropping his voice into a whisper. Yikes. She's even scarier than Mordred. Astolfo. Jean sighed and looked at him. Perhaps calling her scary in the open is not the best place to start. Besides, this is nothing more than a harmless competition set up by Master. Even as she said that, the saint craned her head over her shoulder and watched intently as Cu Chulainn stepped onto the lane and swung the bowling ball forwards, sending it skidding along the ground and crashing into the pins with an echoing cry. Astolfo watched Jean for a moment and noticed the rather small smile on her face when the noise echoed out. He then stepped towards Martha and whispered, Hey, do you think she likes loud banging noises? Does that mean she would enjoy a death metal concert? He side-eyed Martha. She looked at him with a face of stone. Quote. It is your turn to bowl, by the way. It was. He turned around and looked to the screen. Hey, it is. Woohoo. I'm gonna do it, guys. Strike, 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 strike. The fool keeps chanting, but his overconfidence will spell his end. Sister was looking rather invigorated. Though Calamate personally had no idea what was going on or what he was supposed to do, all he was told by Sister was to throw the ball at the lane. But apparently he was doing it wrong. Glancing either side of him revealed that the humans were actually rolling the ball on the ground instead. He should probably try that. Sister turned around, then pointed towards him. Next time use your strength to score a strike. Obliterate everything. Or, don't do that. Chulainn spoke up, raising his hand and stepping around Sister with a raised brow. Because if this guy throws anything at the wall, then we're going to lose the wall. I don't think that the little lass is going to be all that thrilled if something happens to the wall. Quote. I don't want to make Olga upset. Would you rather face her wrath, or mine? Sister remarked with a cold command, releasing a flare of her mana as she did so. Calamate found himself torn between the two of them. On the one hand, it was clear his sister wanted to win and he really wanted to support her, but on the other hand, if he messed up his next attack he could cause problems for Olga as well. Maybe a little bit of his power. He stepped forwards and took the ball into his fingers, then glanced either side of him and watched them roll it. Taking a deep breath, he moved forwards 2 steps and swung his arm low, pulling his fingers from the ball in the second before it hit the ground and sending it shooting across the lane. With a bit more speed than was probably acceptable. It wiped out half the pins the moment it struck. He blinked, then stepped back and stared. HMPH. Sister grunted behind him. Quote. Acceptable. Calamate smiled, placing his fists on his hips. He was happy to contribute. Romani had no idea what he was to expect when he was roped into this. But bowling against David was certainly not one of those things. But watching Fujimaru and Mash play, seeing them laugh and joke around with one another as if they were just regular teenagers. He was a bit happy to be kidnapped if it meant he could see this. A snort from beside him had him turn his gaze. Hanlith shifted and then opened her eyes. A brief look of shock entered her face as her head whipped around left and right, then settled on him. She leaned back and stared at him like a deer would look into the headlights of a car. What? Romani gave a nervous smile and a small wave. Hey, we both got kidnapped. Oh, Hanlith seemed to relax a bit, then winced at the noise and looked around again with a more thoughtful expression. Oh, Chris. That makes sense. Oh, there's a lot of relaxation going on around here. That's good. Wait, is that good? I didn't even do anything yet. Oh, wait, that means I don't need to work, do I? She smacked her lips a few times and then shuffled back into her seat, drawing the blanket fully over her once more. Night. She was snoring before he could even reply. He blinked a few times, then turned his head away from her. That was really strange. Your spawn is strong. You should be proud. He jerked and looked up. Chrysor's shadow loomed over him, her head pointed towards the direction of Masha's group. He followed her gaze and rolled his lips. I'm not her, yeah, I am proud of her, but she doesn't need to do anything for me to be proud of her. She's stronger than you. Yeah. Romani bobbed his head up and down. She really was. She and Fujimaru-kun both can't have one without the other. Chrysor said nothing for a moment, then she replied. Well, he is a parasite. He's a what now? Nobunaga sniffed next to him. You know, I saw this going better. Ash just shrugged his shoulders as he swung the bowling ball down the lane. I didn't. He watched the ball roll down the center lane, then wobble for a moment and shift to the right, gliding into and taking out a third of the pins with a rather loud echo. He grunted and folded his arms. Well, whatever. Nobunaga just dismissed. It can't be helped if we lose. Just so long as we don't come last. Ash spared the woman a glance, then shrugged his shoulders once again. If you say so. He grabbed the bowl and moved to roll it again, this time he took out another third. Nobunaga grumbled something at him, then turned to Altera. Okay, you're up. Remember, aim dead ahead. Altera parroted the earlier words, then stepped forwards and readied herself for the next throw. He stepped out of the way for the saber. Altera moved forwards, then threw the ball right down the center of the line. In an identical fashion to the altered Artoria, the bowling ball punched clean through the pins and the shockwaves sent the splinters flying off to all corners of the simulation. Some darted past his head, ruffling his hair a little in the process. He glanced to Altera as she turned around and nodded her head. He nodded back. Good. The pins have been eliminated. Along with half our lane. Nobunaga added on in a strained voice. This is what I get for using muscle. Ash didn't see the problem. The pins were all gone. He glanced at Altera, she wore a similar look of confusion as him. This game confused him. To listen to tales. She stared. The other woman stared right back, though with a hint of unease about them. Akal leaned forwards and narrowed her eyes ever so slightly at the purple-haired individual. Her hand came up and cupped her chin as she let out a thoughtful hum. Is there something the matter? It was a slight twitch before the woman, Martha, spoke with a rather polite tone of voice. Smiling cordially as if there was nothing that might be causing them to be guarded. But Akal saw how they tensed up when she approached. She leaned forwards, then took another sniff of the woman before she leaned back, frowning even deeper than before. I'm not quite sure I understand. You certainly smell as though you've been near a dragon. You have the scent of a lordkin and yet there isn't an ounce of dragon blood staining your hands. Did you make friends with one or something? Friends. Martha blinked at her for a moment, then made a noise of understanding as she nodded her head up and down. Ah, yes. I suppose you would be curious about Tarisk, wouldn't you? A tired expression overcame her face. I am not going to bring him out, before you ask me. Akal pouted. Really? But I wanted to meet another dragon of this world as well. I'm technically his new mother now, so really it should be up to me whether he can come out or not, you know. Martha regarded her with a stone-faced expression. Did that not convince you? No. Akal dropped the pout and placed her hands on her hips. Well, I suppose that was worth a try. So how did you even end up meeting a dragon in the first place? I'd ask if you went out there to slay them, but if you aren't a dragon slayer, then the obvious point is that you didn't kill them, and at the same time, you couldn't have died because then, well. She waved a hand towards the woman. It went without saying that if she had been killed by the dragon, then she would not be here right now. Because humans typically didn't remember the people who, almost, did something. Martha merely responded with a low hum before she went back to the stew that she had selected for her lunch. Seeing no problems, Akal set herself down on the seat near the woman and smiled across towards them. Something that brought a brief halt to the movements of Martha. Her eyes flickered from her food into the dragon before she sighed and glanced back to her meal, picking at it with her cutlery before speaking in a resigned tone of voice. You will not stop until you get an answer, will you? Nope. I'm certain the throne would have informed you the moment you heard my true name. The saint continued on with, setting the fork down and breaking off a bit of bread to dunk in the food. Even without that, finding my legend is hardly something that would take much work. Akal nodded along. Most likely, but I would much prefer to hear it from the individual themselves. There's always a bit more life in the tale when it comes from the lips of a living being, rather than the cold pages of a book. She paused, realizing how her words could sound. Not that I have a problem with books, mind you. Of that, there was never any doubt. Martha replied, taking a bite of her bread and then exhaling. Very well then, it is hardly a long tale. It was a small town in France that was beset by a series of unfortunate encounters with tourists, mostly relating to the consumption of livestock, though there were some cases of a disappearance as well. Martha grimaced ever so slightly as she recounted the tale. I have no doubt the dragon was merely expanding its territory and the people of the town fell under its new lands, though whatever the case, that was hardly justification for what happened next. Akal was not quite sure why the saint was looking at her as if she was expecting an argument. She raised a brow at the woman and said nothing. The silence continued until Martha hummed and spoke further. They sent word to me for aid and I came soon after. Hearing of the plight of the people, I agreed to aid them and traveled to meet with the beast. Martha nodded her head up and down. Tarisk was certainly a fearsome creature, though his heart was cold and empty. Without ever understanding the value of love or faith, thus I corrected this emptiness with my own 2 hands. I brought the dragon to heal by revealing the strength of love to the dragon and that ended the problem of the people. Akal inclined a brow. And then what? I cannot imagine that the people were too forgiving of the dragon. No, they were not. Martha rolled her lips inwards, a mild frown came upon her face soon after. Does that bother you? Should it? Akal questioned, though it was one aimed more to herself than anything else. Well, not entirely. It is the way of things for most. Fighting and killing means being prepared that one could do the same unto you. Though I cannot be wholly pleased, but at least you went to confront the dragon for a genuine reason. Much better than others. The saint kept herself silent, then went back to eating. Sorry I am late, Martha. Both Akal and Martha turned their heads towards the voice. Jean approached with her own tray of food and accompanied by another figure. Martha closed her eyes and groaned quietly, then quickly stiffened up and wore a polite expression as though she had done nothing at all. It is no trouble, Jean. I see that you have also brought some company as well. A tall man, hair tied back into a ponytail and loose violet robes. Wearing only a thin smile, the man moved and sat himself down beside Akal, glancing over towards Martha and raising a brow. So long as it does not trouble you. Though so rarely does anyone get the chance to eat their food with such company. I hope you will forgive this slightly selfish request of mine. Oh, it is no trouble at all. Martha replied with a gentle smile and a faint incline of the head. I would not throw someone from the table without good reason. Then I will be sure to mind my words. Jean sat herself down beside Martha. I hope that it was not a bother for you. I merely saw him and asked if he wished to sit with us. He agreed. Martha stared at the man, then leaned towards Jean and dropped her voice into a whisper. Was this before or after you told him who you were dining with? A blink from the blonde woman. Pardon. Never mind. Came the very quick response. Martha turned away and pointed briefly to the tall man. Just as long as you do not disturb others eating their lunches, then that is fine. We are here for talking only. The man blinked. I have never used a dining hall for anything but. Why? Have there been other uses for it that have escaped me over the years? Martha just huffed and returned to her food. Akal glanced at the man and met his eyes. Akal. Sasaki Kojira. He offered a polite bow of the head. Greetings. You would be the dragon that has recently joined us. I heard news that you traveled in the company of a dragon slayer as well. I admit, that struck me as rather odd news. He brought out his bowl of simple rice and went about eating it. I confess. He spoke between bites. I cannot imagine there would be many sparrows who feel comfortable traveling alongside me either. Sparrows. Like the bird. ... Have you tried bird seed? Sasaki stopped moving, then shot her an amused smile for a half-second before speaking. The problem was never keeping the sparrows fed. The problem was ensuring that they did not come to linger near me in the future. So he went out of his way to kill birds. Was a curious human. Her mind returned to his question. A hum escaped her as she leaned back into her chair and folded her arms over her chest. But back to the matter of Siegfried, you say. I suppose that would be the case when encountering a dragon slayer. He is my natural enemy, that cannot be denied, and yet there was something about him that I found deeply appealing. Oh. Sasaki wore a rather amused smile on his face. Dear me. Is it worth pointing out that he is married? Akal chuckled and gave the man a light slap on the shoulder. Well, it was light by her standards but still enough to jostle the entire body of the assassin and almost spill his rice bowl. Whoops. That is hardly it. Mostly because of the odd way he treated with me, she went on with. Now I've known men who've killed dragons. They approached me with all manner of intentions but they all had the same guarded look of fear about them. Or concern. Like those silver knights who reside here. They work with me, but it is clear they do not like me or are still wary of me. A brief pause. Understandable, I feel the same way towards them. Martha adjusted herself. I assume that Siegfried was different. A quiet man who repeatedly turned his back on a dragon. Akal replied, raising a pointed brow at the group. It was an action born of neither arrogance, nor a desire for suicide or repentance. At least, none that she could see. For a man hailed as one of the strongest knights to ever walk the earth, it was clear to her that he was a very humble man despite all of that. He made few boasts, if any, regarding his strength. Instead he was a quiet man who rarely spoke and when he did, he made efforts to apologize for perceived wrongdoings. Jean hummed. I can see how that would make one curious, especially given your nature. Exactly. Akal flashed the blonde a smile. He was, quite frankly, a very strange man, but not an unpleasant one to be around. I am left with the sense that he is a very interesting fellow under all that armor and stoic nature. It's all a matter of waiting until you get to see what the right catalyst for it to all come spilling out is. Martha blinked, then raised a brow. That sounds as though you are viewing him as some sort of entertainment. She did not sound particularly pleased about that. Akal shrugged her shoulders. I'm curious about his life and what sort of character he is. For a man who has slain dragons and yet walks around without fear of them is something worth looking at as far as I am concerned. If you will forgive my question, fearing that it might come across as rude, why are you not currently watching over Siegfried now? Given that he has seemingly occupied such a place in your mind. She glanced at Sasaki, then smirked. And miss out on the chance of meeting all these other interesting humans. I think not. Just because I'm a little interested in Siegfried does not mean that I am unconcerned with everyone else as well. I am perfectly capable of having more than one interest. Gesturing across the table, she pointed at Martha. Like the saint who brought love to the heart of a dragon. And bruises. Exact and what now? The table thudded as if something struck it from underneath. Sasaki's face turned blank and his shoulders tensed. Akal raised a brow and glanced between the assassin and the placid smile on the face of Martha as she continued to eat. only pausing to glance up and look at her with a perfectly innocent expression. Is there something the matter? Sasaki chuckled quietly. Yes, do not worry. I am merely being shown the strength of love. The table thudded again. Sasaki winced ever so slightly, a bead of sweat trickled down the side of his head. Akal leaned back and then turned her body down, staring at the underside of the table and glancing around for a few moments. She spied nothing more than the legs of everyone present. With a bemused grunt, she came back above the table and shrugged her shoulders to herself. She wasn't quite sure what that was about. So then, the words of Jean pulled her focus towards the saint. Am I to assume that you intend to go about Chaldea with the intention of getting to know everyone? That was the general idea, yes. Jean hummed, nodding her head up and down. If you intend to do that, then I will provide you with some advice. There are very likely to be servants who do not approve of having their deeds pulled up to their eyes. The blonde gave her a cold look. And if I should learn that you have been confronting Giles with his actions for the sole purpose of provoking a reaction from him, then I will be far from impressed. Oh, loyalty to her friend even after having the full knowledge of everything he had done. Certainly an interesting one, she would freely admit. Still, she would make no promises about that. After all, the type of reaction that she would get had to be worth experiencing. And then what happened? Gareth scratched the underside of her chin for a few moments at the latest question. Akal watched her with a simple smile. Well, I was put to work in the kitchens for a while. The ring let me pass as a boy pretty easily, but the thing was that everyone kept talking about my hands all of the time. Apparently I had very pretty hands or something, but the Lancer brought them up then squinted at them for a moment. I don't know. Really. Akal leaned forwards and took the right hand between her own, looking it over with a raised brow and pressing down on it a couple of times. Feeling the fingers and twisting the limb gently in her palms. Gareth looked a bit shocked, but Akal didn't pay much attention to the reaction of the girl, instead she just continued to look over her hand. Just looks like a regular old hand to me, she announced after a few moments, then let go of the limb and allowed the Lancer to retrieve it. Idly, she turned her eyes towards the other hand on the table and stared at it for a few moments. Unable to notice any differences between the two of them, which meant one hand would be. Wait. Snapping her finger, Akal felt a rush of understanding. You have surprisingly smooth skin. Most of the human warriors I knew of had these really rough palms, so that was probably it. You mean not having calluses? Gareth tilted her head, then hummed. I mean, I could understand that, but I hadn't really started my training as a proper squire yet at that point. I mean, I was doing a lot of work to get there, but my first real duty was working in the kitchens, and I'm not sure you can get rough hands from cutting vegetables, can you? She couldn't. But she had never worked in a kitchen before, so perhaps it was worth asking. Raising a single finger, she stood up from their table and then walked towards the counter, spying the closest person to her and moving towards them with intent. Coming to a halt in front of them and then staring for a good few seconds. The human with facial hair turned his head and blinked. Oh, hello there. Do you need something, miss? How polite. She approved. You can cook, right? With a long hum, the human slowly nodded his head up and down as he answered. I think of myself as having some skill, yes. A lot of practice though. Why do you ask? Can you get calluses from cooking? Yes. The reply came quickly, the man nodding his head up and down. Why do you ask? Though you can really get them from just about anything. She was learning something new every day. With a smile, she turned back around. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome. She returned to the table with Gareth and sat herself down in front of the young girl, nodding her head up and down as she did so. You can. So, where else were we? You said something about Kay, yes. Oh, right. It was Sir Kay who really put me to work. Gareth explained further. Which was fair, actually. Given that I was in disguise and was without a name, I was able to avoid encountering Gawain for a while because he definitely would have seen through the disguise and he definitely would not have approved of it. Why? A blink from the blonde, she tilted her head and shrugged. Oh, right. Gawain was always really protective of me and, when it got it into his head not to do something he was really adamant about it. Also it was pretty scary when he got angry about something and very hard to snap him out of it. So I didn't want everyone to get dragged into trouble before I became a knight. Ah, that was considerate. Akal nodded her head up and down, then gestured for the knight to continue. Gareth did so without much in the way of hesitation. But yeah, I was really thankful to Sir Kay for the chance. I know a lot of the jobs he gave me were really hard on purpose, but I think that might have been his own way of testing me. After all, it worked out well because a knight has to remain steadfast in the face of adversity. Puffing herself out, Gareth slammed a fist into her chest and gave a rather confident look. Akal, meanwhile, just nodded her head as she listened, ensuring that every single word was being committed to memory as well. Something that was childishly easy, given that she had never forgotten anything in her life. That was when I met Sir Lancelot. Gareth's voice shifted a little, turning a bit softer and more subdued. I think he might have felt bad about what Sir Kay was doing, even if I didn't have a problem with it. I think it still bothered him, so he was always sneaking into the kitchens and making sure that everything was going well for me. It sounded as though he cared for you. Gareth's face remained soft, the smile was faint but with a more somber nature to it for a brief moment before the girl let out a small sigh. Yes, it does. But he did give me some spending money and made sure I had clean clothes. I made sure that I wasn't telling Sir Kay about it either. I just said I saved my coffers and that was that. I didn't want to get Sir Lancelot in trouble by having Sir Kay tease him over it. Very considerate of her. Now what else? I did soon start work as a squire as well, but that was Verndari. Twisting her body around, Akal caught sight of the full-plate knight as they turned towards them, pausing as their gaze briefly locked with her own before shifting back to Gareth and losing slightly. The heavy footfalls of the approaching knight came next, sitting themselves down on the table next to Gareth. Verndari nodded to their friend, then shifted the attention of their helm towards Akal. You are one of the recently arrived servants, aren't you? Akal beamed. I am indeed. Akal, mother of dragons and descendant of the everlasting, patron of the path of the dragon, but Akal is just fine. Though the titles were stories unto themselves, so she would take the chance to offer them up every single chance she got. It was really the only thing she had that would confirm she had ever really affected the wider world more than she did through mere existence. Her nose twitched slightly as she noticed something about the knight, a faint scent that was different from what she had expected. So Verndari was a woman. It was a bit hard to tell with all that armor on, but perhaps that was the point. The path of the dragon. Verndari parroted back to her, then folded her arms and let out a small noise. Not that cult of fanatics who sequestered themselves into the mountains to worship some ancient dragon god. Oh, so you have heard of me. Silence from Verndari. Akal pouted. Oh, come on. At least tell me what you heard about. I'd be really interested to know about it. Not that many people came up to tell me about the outside world all that often, and the only ones who did were the ones who wanted to get away from everything. She leaned forwards and smiled. At least tell me how people viewed us. What did you call it? A cult of fanatics. There is little to tell beyond that. Verndari replied after a short silence. It was a group barely worth hearing about even at the far edge of the kingdom. The only reason I ever knew of them in the first place was because of the minor complaints levied towards their members preaching loudly, and I learned they had always existed. Preaching loudly. Akal cupped her chin and hummed. They did that, did they? That's a bit of a funny thing, so what else? After the war with the giants came to a close, the kingdom had bigger concerns to deal with than a small group of cultists. The last anyone heard of them, they were charging into the mountains and proclaiming that their god had come to them at last. I assume that was you. No, she replied after a moment, feeling a frown come upon her face. I remained in the high mountains that could be reached only by those who mastered the wind, or were committed to the path. Though I did reside in the land beneath the realm of the gods for a short time after I was born, Then again, I have had hundreds of groups come and go through my life. Narrowing one down would be a bit hard. Vrindari just grunted and shrugged her shoulders. Whatever the case, that is all I know of them. Do you have any thoughts? Why do you ask? I'm curious to hear what you think of them. It will hardly be flattering. All the more reason. That produced some rather pronounced reactions. Vrindari stared in silence while Gareth visibly jolted and tilted her head. Does that mean you want to know if people aren't very flattering towards your group? Well, I suppose you would want to know, but you sound happy about it. Akal nodded her head and grinned. Of course I am happy. What would be the point of living if everyone thought the same thing? That's the great thing about life. Everyone has a different opinion. So then, what do you think about the path of the dragon? The armored woman let out a breath and lowered her shoulders, seemingly resigned to answering. It is as I said. They were a cult and nothing more, no different than the mad fanatics who threw their lives away for the sake of the gods. They were barely tolerated in the kingdom and only because of Esser Velstadt. Tilting her head, she hummed. You don't sound to be a big fan of religion. I placed my faith in those who I knew to steer me true. Vrindari answered swiftly, pointing down to the table. There were no gods in Drangleic. If they had ever been there, they left long before even my ancestors were born. All that remained was a burnt-out ruin on the edge of the sea and nothing else. Another ruin. Why place my faith in ones whose cities could be swallowed by the earth like any other people? Akal hummed once more. A fair enough answer, a bit more seeing is believing type, aren't you? I saw the good my king did for the people of Drangleic. The giants might disagree on the topic of good. And, Vrindari scoffed loudly. What do the opinions of those barbarians matter? Folding her arms, the knight turned her head and grumbled quietly under her breath. My king did what was good for the kingdom, nothing more and nothing less. If the giants were a threat to that, then I need no further reasons. Human prejudice. It was always so interesting to listen to, especially when the individual in question faced arguments. Or rather, sometimes the reactions to their words were worth picking up on as well. Namely that Vrindari hadn't noticed the slightly concerned look that Gareth was shooting towards her after that last remark, though it was difficult to say whether it was because of her words or her temper. Akal slid her eyes fully onto the lancer. What about you? Camelot have any giants? Gareth perked up at that, nodding her head up and down. We did have some giants in Camelot, yes, most of the time they weren't exactly the friendliest sort. I know that the king went with Sir Bedivere and Sir Kay to vanquish the giant of Mont Saint-Michel. Bedivere never liked talking about that mission. Oh. Sounded as though something rather awful happened. She'd need to ask Bedivere all about it if he was ever summoned. Still, all this talk of giants was rather interesting as it sounded as though neither of them had palatable experiences with them. Though the emotions of Sir Gareth appeared far more controlled than those of Esser Vrindari. There was likely a nuance there between the two born of their differing but similar encounters with giants. I would not blame Sir Bedivere for his privacy on the matter. Vrindari remarked in a grim tone of voice. Battles with giants were long, brutal and ended in slaughter, oftentimes on either side. Many a fellow knight of mine ventured into battle against the giants and did not return. Gareth grimaced. The king had the same problem with the Picts during the formation of Camelot. I came of age after that, during the years of peace, but Britain faced many enemies, a lot of faces came and went in the struggle against the Romans as well. I suppose it was only fortunate that my king and the others vanquished Tiberius. The two seemed lost in their own tragic musings. Shame. Her hands clapped loudly, jolting the pair in front of her and swinging their attention back onto her as she grinned. So, what else can be said about Drangleic? I heard bits and pieces but it didn't sound all that different from the 1,000 other human kingdoms that had been and gone by that time. Leaning forwards, she looked at the knight and met them with a curious hum. So then, anything you can say about your home when it wasn't being torn asunder by giants? Vrindari bristled ever so slightly for some odd reason. For the life of me, I can't understand what the problem was. She remarked, shrugging her shoulders and folding her arms. I just asked a simple question. Ritska sitting opposite her brought up his hand and rubbed it against his forehead. A sigh escaped him. It was probably to do with the fact the comment might have come across as a little insensitive, given that you talked about his kingdom, that he is very proud of serving, being utterly unremarkable in your eyes, and then proceeded to talk about how it was being torn apart by giants. Akal blinked, then squinted. That can't be the only reason, surely. No, that's a pretty good reason by itself. Oh. She didn't quite understand where the problem was, but if the human in front of her said she had done something wrong, then there was a good chance they might have been correct. Though all things considered, she felt as though she had been rather direct with her questions to avoid confusion. There's a lot of nuance to all these human interactions. Ritska gave a single grunt and turned back to what he was doing. Actually, what was he doing? She leaned forwards and stared at the table, then raised a brow as she saw that Ritska was just staring at a picture of a bug. What are you looking at? Spider. Ritska replied with a strained tone of voice, folding his arms and looking close to glaring at the image. Trying to build up my tolerance so that I don't freak out if I so much as catch a glance of Quelaag in the hallways. I meant what I said to her and I'm going to stand by that, so I am staring at pictures of spiders to get used to them. I see. Humming to herself, she looked back at the boy and tilted her head. Is it working? Not as well as I would like. He replied after a moment, then looked back towards her and smiled a little. The relief in his eyes when she first arrived suddenly made a great deal more sense. So then, how are you finding Chaldea so far? Beyond the whole nuance of human interaction problem. How was she finding it? A smile spread across her lips. It's wonderful, meeting so many different types of people. In fact, I got threatened the other day. Ritska didn't look as enthused about that. He leaned back and raised a brow. It wasn't Havel, was it? Oh, is he here? She blinked, then shook her head. No, it was a little dragon girl who was under the assumption that I was going to try and engage you in a mating ritual. I see. Ritska rolled his lips inwards and suddenly returned to staring at the book. Well, I explained that I would start nothing provided you showed no interest. A second or two. Then she leaned back in her chair and stretched out her muscles, putting as much effort into showing off her abdominals as she could, glancing down at the boy and catching the precise moment that his eyes flickered towards her abs and then back down to his book. She smirked at him, causing him to flinch. Don't try and do that sort of thing to just antagonize Kiyohime, please. He coughed, then turned his head away, as if that was going to do anything to hide the clear embarrassment he felt. She could smell it anyway. What? Antagonize a little sister of mine? Akal shook her head. Perish the thought. But I am a little interested in this ancient business of yours. She seems to be under the impression that you are a man who has been long dead. The resemblance must either be striking, or she can smell the inherited soul. Ritska winced. That is, a different matter. I have tried to broker the matter that I am not who she thinks I might be, but I think it's just in one ear and out of the other when it comes to that. He sighed next, his shoulders dropped. It's not, I can tell she means well at least, or she's not really overt about it, but being thought of as someone else, it is a little off-putting to me. The very least I can do is treat her well because it's more a case of her berserker class than anything else, I would assume. Oh, so she could only be summoned by Anshin, therefore you must be Anshin. The boy paused for a moment, then furrowed his brows before he nodded his head up and down. That's a good way to put it, at least. At the end of the day, it might be a little uncomfortable, but it's a remarkably easy thing to live with, given that she's clearly over the moon with everything that happens, and I have gotten used to having her around. Ah, don't start. He shot her a flat look. So aside from being threatened, everything else has been going all right. No problems with any of the gods. Her face cooled. That's a decidedly more difficult question to answer. Even if I can understand my people would have gone nowhere, they were my people. They were my family, but if a certain someone who has decided to remain unnamed can deal with enduring the presence of the gods, then it should be natural that I can do the exact same as well. Ritska nodded his head up and down. Right, don't force yourself to try and get along though, if you don't like it. Speaking of which, thanks for, not telling everyone who Berserker really is. He'll talk about it when the time is right. Akal replied with a shrug of the shoulders. It did hurt her to see him reduced to that state, but there were still bits to be salvaged after all. She knew that sooner or later, he would bounce back from his failure. All she needed to do was give him a few nudges in the right direction. Though Artie probably won't be too happy about it. Ritsuka looked oddly for a few moments, then he grunted in understanding. That would be the Lancer version of King Arthur then, because they seem to follow us wherever we go. I'm starting to wonder if some past version of myself did something to the round table to be chased down by them at every turn. He rubbed the side of his head and exhaled. Akal chuckled. If you ever remember, feel free to let me know. Ritsuka rolled his eyes. You'll be top of my list, at the rate you're going. I'm surprised I haven't got a complaint to keep you away from the archives yet. Akal blinked. Then she straightened herself out. The what? How had she not heard about this before now? Granted she had been here perhaps 2 days, but even still. The door slid open and she could not have entered the room fast enough. Her eyes swept across everything before they landed on the only other human in the room, then they brightened as she carried herself towards them. Marching with focus, the human, a woman with glittering indigo hair, stumbled for a moment and fell back into her chair. Leaning back as Akal closed in upon them, the chair started to slide away. Akal closed the distance, her hands swung either side and grabbed the back of the chair, holding it in place and stopping the human from getting further away. Slowly leaning forwards, she locked eyes with the rather panicked-looking woman and closed in until their noses were almost touching. You're the record keeper here. A jerky but swift nod of the head. Good. Akal smiled and leaned back, releasing the chair and stepping away from the human. She paused and frowned. Recalling the whole nuance of interaction once again. Sorry for scaring you, I just felt a bit excited about coming here. So this is where you gather all the knowledge and all the stories from your travels, right? She stepped away, moving towards the shelves that lined the wall and glancing over all the odd-looking books. They were without covers and they did not appear in the same way as the other books she knew of. These seemed to have a lip which curved around the other. Reaching forwards, she plucked one off the shelf and glanced through it, raising a brow at the title which merely read, Singularity F. AAR, which she assumed was code for something. Flipping the lip of the tome to the side and being rather surprised to see that, as opposed to a regular book, she was instead greeted by some sort of pocket full of a bounded stack of papers. Paper pockets. That's what these were, not books. Ahem. With only a passing hum towards the human, she delicately withdrew the stack of papers and started to read through them. It was all a bit too cold for her liking, the words that were written. They lacked a certain flair to them, but then again, she skipped through to the index and noted that the interviews were on a different page. She flipped through the papers and then started to read those. Ritsuka's came first. Ritsuka. No offense, but it was insane. I've never in my life even dreamed of something like this, or had a nightmare about it. Just. Short pause, interviewee takes in a deep breath. Ritsuka. I watched someone get their head cut off and then the person who cut her head off is just talking to me like this happens every other Tuesday. Interviewer. What happened after that? Ritsuka. After. Oh, right. That was when we met up with C.U. Chilane. Actually, do I have to use his full name? Interviewer. If you would. Ritsuka. All right, I'm just worried about your hands. You're writing all of this down anyway and. Interviewee goes silent as they focus on the interviewer. Ritsuka. How the heck are you writing so fast anyway? Is that magic? Interviewer. Fujimaru-kun, this is serious. Ritsuka. I know that, sorry. Alright, that was when we met C.U. Chilane after he dealt with Assassin and he filled us in on what was going on. Holy Grail war or something or other. He said it went wrong which. Interviewee takes another breath. Ritsuka. Sorry. Just catching myself. Interviewer. Take all the time you need. Ritsuka. Thanks, Roman. Short pause. Ritsuka. Alright, so, Akal glanced to the side when she heard the clatter of footsteps, staring at the human woman for a moment or two before she made a noise of understanding. "Oh, you wanted to talk with me about something." The indigo-haired woman looked strained, one might even say, nervous, as Akal looked down at her. "Oh, do you own these?" The woman gulped lightly and watched her for a moment, then shook her head from side to side. Those are confidential reports for the eyes of the director and those she deems acceptable." "Is that right?" Akal went back to reading. It was rather interesting to read about the young boy, presumably this was earlier than her own encounter with him. Given that even through the cold words on a page, she could feel the unease and the youth from him. The lack of confidence and the distinct feeling of inexperience. So this was how he sounded before she met him. Now, she was very interested. She blinked as something occurred to her. "Confidential. The original documents are," the woman clarified rather hastily. "There are reports made public to the staff and others of Chaldea." Akal assumed she fell into the category of an other when it came to that. So she was reading the sort of thing that she wasn't supposed to read. How wonderful. The woman gulped. It was a quiet thing but Akal's ears picked up on it. "Is there something that you need from me?" "Isn't that the question?" Akal muttered, then closed the report up and placed it back where she had taken it in the first place. Her hands dropped to her hips as she turned to the human woman and stepped towards them. The human took a step backwards. "I believe the first thing we can do is exchange pleasantries. I am Akal, you might have heard of me." The woman gave a stiff nod of the head. "The dragon. But yes." She corrected with a wave of the hand, "But I think you're a lot more interesting than me right now. So then, little human." Extending her hand, she placed her index finger gently against the chest of the woman and smiled towards them in a way she hoped got across her friendly nature. She felt the girl's heart rate quicken. "Who are you anyway? What is the name of a person who can have such an enviable job of being in charge of the repository of such knowledge?" "Sarajara Elrin." The woman responded after only a short hesitation, then took in another breath. Her eyes danced down to the finger against her chest and then back to the eyes of Akal. Were they worried? "I have the feeling we're having a slight misunderstanding with one another," Akal remarked with a raised brow, pulling her hand back and away from the human. She immediately noted how relieved they seemed to be about that. "I'm only here because I heard that there were tales of the adventures of Chaldea. I'd be very interested to know about them, and to know all about the person who documents them as well." "Why?" Akal raised a brow. "Why? It is simple. I would like to meet a human peer." "Yes, a peer. That would be the right word for it." A chuckle escaped her at the odd look she received from Sarajara. "Don't look so surprised about it. I spent a great many cycles living atop the mountains. During that time, many humans came to me and sought to escape their worries by abandoning the constraints of time." She stepped back and turned about. "Eventually I started asking them what they were even running from. Sometimes I got personal answers, sometimes I got wider answers. But in the end, I got a better understanding of the world at large." Sarajara twitched ever so slightly. But Akal was certainly sharp enough to notice it. She turned and was before the human before they could blink, but when they did register it, their eyes flew wide and they stepped backwards. Akal placed a hand on the shoulder of the woman to avoid the problem of them falling over, smirking in the face of the girl and looking them up and down. "Oh, does that little bit of knowledge interest you?" Not waiting for a response, she patted the woman twice on the shoulder as delicately as she could and then stepped away from them once more. "How about this?" Akal brought up her hands and gestured to the room. "I can offer you whatever help I can, given my experience in being alive with the world and such, and in exchange, would you please allow me the honor of helping you with this task?" Sarajara watched her, then narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. "You want to help?" Akal nodded her head. "Exactly. I've always had an interest in this sort of thing, so I don't see any problem with putting my efforts to good use. Given the way you reacted when I spoke of my knowledge of the history of my own lands, you have a passing interest in them. Perhaps an exchange of stories. Does that not seem fair to you?" I would, the woman wet her lips. I would need to consult someone else about it. A call scratched the underside of her chin, really. Huh, alright then, but I'll be really insistent about it. She turned around and made for the door, waving her hand in parting. Farewell, Sarajara. I look forward to learning all about you in the future. Now that's what she called successful human interaction. She stepped into the door without even worrying about knocking first. Merely using her astral form to carry her inside and then rematerializing when she was in the room. The occupant turned his head to stare at her for a few seconds, then turned back around and resumed what he was doing. She, actually had no idea what he was doing in the first place. Stepping forwards, she came up behind them and leaned forward slightly, staring at the item in question and then glancing past him towards the small red apple that was currently sitting on the podium. Her eyes fell to the white canvas stretched across the wooden board. In one hand was held a small wooden brush while the other was awkwardly gripped around a rounded board with room for a thumb to hook through. Enjoying yourself? She received a hum from Calamate. I'm making the effort to do so. She would have preferred a yes or no answer. With a faint noise, she stepped around the room and then lowered herself onto the bed of Calamate, flopping backwards onto it and then smiling to herself. I had a very pleasant day today. That's good to hear. The earnest response made her chuckle a little. What did you do? I talked with people. Another hum from Calamate, one of understanding. Yes, I can find that to be very interesting as well, sometimes a bit troubling, but for the most part one enjoy it. I'm glad that you're talking with the humans of Chaldea as well. They are very interesting people to be around. Akal paused, then slowly shifted herself up and stared across the room, watching the attempt to paint. How often do you get to talk to them? Calamate paused, then glanced towards her with a distant look in his eyes before his focus returned to the canvas. As often as I am able to do so. Though I try to avoid making myself a bother to them. So long as they aren't doing anything important, then I feel free to approach and speak my mind. That sounded limiting. Her eyes remained on the painting. Is this your first one? An acknowledging hum from Calamate. It's a bit difficult. I suppose I never did lose my appreciation for that sort of thing and ended up asking Vinci about it. She's always eager to show off all of her creations. She said she had some tools ready to go in case someone came around and asked to paint. Akal stiffened. Her smile turned brittle, her eye twitched slightly. How thoughtful of her. That woman was trying to steal away her project again. Apparently she would need to meet with that one and set up some ground rules for them. It was, wasn't it? Calamate replied, completely missing her tone of voice. But I think Vinci just likes having someone else to create things around her, though I'm certain I'll never be as good as she is when it comes to that sort of thing. It would still have been insulting if I didn't try. I think I owed her one attempt. Akal frowned at his words. Few can ever get something right on the first try. There is a reason that the phrase, practice makes perfect, exists in the first place. She gestured towards the painting. Though it would be simpler to call it a red blob with some flakes of green stuck on it. Given time and training, you'll be making paintings better than that woman. Calamate out of breath, shaking his head from side to side. If you'd seen her paintings, you'd know that was impossible. I could practice until this world perishes and the next takes its place and I would be no closer to creating one that came close to her skill. It was her turn to sigh. Come on now, brother. You're much too hard on yourself. All who stand before those of greater skill feel unable to match their works. I read a small passage about the human master, Ritska, and he came across a great deal more nervous than the boy who walks around now. She raised a finger. Why, just earlier, I met with him and he was trying to overcome his fear of spiders. Calamate turned on her and raised a brow. He's scared of spiders. Quite so. She chuckled, pinching her fingers together. It presents a slight problem, given the appearance of the chaos demon with the body of a spider. The blonde frowned for a brief instant, then turned his head. I wish him luck, though he'll probably manage it. He dabbed his brush on the canvas a few more times, then pulled it away, His eyes glanced between the apple and the painting for a few seconds. Calamate sighed and stood up, bringing up his right hand and pointing it towards the picture. Fortunately, Akal was much faster on the uptake and darted forwards, snatching the painting before it could be turned to dust and cradling it under arm. Shooting a rather disapproving look at her older brother. Now that is certainly not the way to behave, is it? I thought you wanted to put all that destruction behind. Pointless destruction. He corrected her with a shake of the head. That is pointless creation. It adds nothing and is inferior to everything else, a mockery of those with real talent. That I was handed the tools of Leonardo da Vinci herself and I produced that. I might as well have spat on her kindness. Akal raised a brow. She did not hand you those tools for the express purpose of expecting a single masterpiece. She gifted you them because she believed you had a talent that could be honed. She didn't actually know that, but she was just assuming. If this troublesome woman had the same feelings towards Calamate that she did, at least. The individual in question frowned down at her, a troubled look entering his gaze. Sister, keep the painting. Akal brought it back around and held it up, making sure it was facing him. Keep it and look at it every day. Maybe it is a failure in your eyes, but that does not mean to destroy it. I've seen many failures used as foundations. Those who look at them and determine that they will do better. She thrust the painting into his arms. Hide it away and then examine it in a month. Compare the same apple you have done then to the one you have done now. If you do not wish to insult Vinci, then perhaps it would be wiser to hone your skills. Calamate grunted. I won't get better. Perhaps if you lived without disparity. She cut him off with a smile. But we live in a land with such things. That means that what was once weak can grow strong. Nothing remains as a constant forever. If nothing else, then believe in that one thing. You once championed a belief that dragons could be equal to humans. She locked eyes with him. If not in strength, then in creation. Did you believe it would happen overnight? He could not meet her gaze. No. Then do not believe you will be granted a mastery of painting overnight. It is a skill like any other, and whatever Vinci can do, whatever talent she might have, then you must believe that you can be her equal. She is only human, no matter what else you may think of her, and she is the sort you would most like to be like, isn't she? Calamate said nothing, staring down at the painting for a few seconds. Then he made a small noise. I wonder how I lasted so long here without you. Akal snorted. Because you really are as good as them. Even at your lowest, you have the strength to push forwards. I would not call it strength. I would. She reached forwards, gripping his arm. Because I've met many humans who would have been where you are now and I've seen them run from everything. I've seen them abandon all that made them what they were for the sake of freedom. You did not pick an easy path. That was never in doubt. She stepped back and smiled. But you picked the one that has the most to prove. Even now, you are stronger than many other humans. Calamate lowered the painting, looking at her. Of course you'd have found a home here quickly, that is just like you, Aki. Akal blinked. What did you call me? I remember you wanted a nickname. He replied with a hint of nervousness, reaching up and rubbing the side of his neck while averting his eyes from her. I wouldn't call it my best. Aki. She smiled rather brightly. Take that, Vinci. She had a nickname that was actually creative. It might not be your best. She admitted. But it is certainly you, and that makes it worth it. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.